Chapter 709. Sai. Tang Tian was able to clearly see how the law thread transformed from formless to tangible. The pitch-black strand that was thinner than a strand of hair appeared out of thin air. As soon as it appeared, waves of invisible and intangible ripples slowly spread out with it as the center. To find out what the gray vortex was, the simplest method was to break it open. In terms of training his physique, Tang Tian found it hard to improve further, so he placed all of his focus on laws, and by gaining a deeper understanding of laws, he would be able to improve further. Although the strand of life origin essence was weak, but its value was unparalleled. The reason why Tang Tian placed his thoughts on laws was because, compared to gaining enlightenment on laws, raising one's life force was more unrealistic. Tang Tian's interest was aroused. Tang Tian's heart moved, but he did not dare to test it out here. Han Bingning was still hidden in the shadows. If he were to disturb her, it would be bad. Furthermore, Tang Tian did not know what would happen if the space exploded. But the most important thing was to break the golden steel gravel. After completing the task, he could return and report to Miss Ming Zhu, and did not need to worry about anything else. As for whether or not Tang Tian was able to complete it, whether it was a reward or a punishment, Miss Ming Zhu would decide for herself. The power of the physique in his body started to revolve, and a strange law thread started to grow frantically from his fingertips. In the blink of an eye, it had exceeded a foot and swayed in the air like a strand of hair. To Tang Tian, the strongest aspect of the Ping family stealth technique was its ability to break through space. In Heaven's Road, the only person that Tang Tian had seen that was able to do so was when Little Fool summoned the Saint Sword Ocean prison. Life force was something that didn't exist, but it did exist. Every living creature's body structure had long since stabilized. The so-called tempering only removed the impurities and strengthened the flesh, but it couldn't increase the upper limit of their life force. How do I break it open? The unstable space was like the most terrifying bomb. The intense sense of danger caused all of Tang Tian's hairs to stand. Tang Tian did not say a word. The energy in his body surged. His flesh and blood surged, suddenly circulating. His 2 fingers were like iron pincers, using all his strength to clamp down on the golden steel gravel. But what Tang Tian didn't expect was that no matter how much strength he used, the golden steel gravel wouldn't budge. These emotions flashed past Tang Tian's mind. Xiao Yao breathed a sigh of relief in her heart. She did not have the confidence to deal with Tang Tian. This guy's style of doing things was often unexpected and difficult to grasp. Xiao Yao also did not dare to guarantee that she could complete the task. Boom! Those faint ripples caused Tang Tian's heart to palpitate inexplicably. He could feel the fluctuations in space. The ability to break through space was definitely very powerful. Tang Tian secretly kept this idea in mind. He had to find an opportunity to try it out. A wave of heat flowed into Tang Tian's body. Tang Tian's body was like a dried-up riverbed. Every drop of rain that landed on the ground would be absorbed cleanly. The law threads crumbled inch by inch and disappeared without a trace. The gray vortex transformed into an extremely fine mist. Inside the mist, a silver light flickered, as though there were countless of silver stars floating in the mist. But following that, the silver stars in the mist became even brighter, and very quickly, the entire mist had turned silver. The Venus silver mist lingered in the air, like a vast galaxy. Time slowly passed. Suddenly, Tang Tian, who was seated like a statue, moved. The fine thread did not have any light. Law thread, it was the law thread of the Ping family stealth technique, one of the branches of spatial laws. Inside the blurry void, Tang Tian's eyes lit up, his state of mind locked onto the law thread. Thinking about the golden steel gravel in the bag, Tang Tian immediately became excited. A light bulb lit up in Tang Tian's mind, and his eyes flashed a look of ecstasy. Tang Tian did not immediately try it out, but sat down and thought about it. Yes, yes, yes. Tang Tian, who was completely focused on the golden steel gravel, replied absent-mindedly. Tang Tian guessed that the golden steel gravel's characteristics were most likely related to the tiny gray vortex. He had not figured out the use of the gray vortex, but as a tyrant who had seen all sorts of treasures, he could tell that it was not ordinary. Tang Tian closed his eyes and carefully sensed the changes in his body. After a moment, he opened his eyes filled with longing. The thread of life origin essence was definitely a good thing, but it was too little. It was unable to make his body undergo a qualitative change. Tang Tian did not believe it. He tried many methods, but the tiny golden steel gravel did not even have a single crack. Tang Tian's power of the physique had already reached a bottleneck. The powerful whirlpool sword storm had tempered his body to an astonishing degree, and his zero-energy body was already extremely powerful. After the battle with Ben's son, he had overdrafted his physical strength and had activated laws to temper his body, causing his physique to be tempered to an unimaginable degree. This thread of qi was the purest life origin essence. The life origin essence's improvement to Tang Tian was far more obvious than others. Tang Tian's body was already tempered to an almost perfect state. Without the interference of impurities, the life origin essence that he absorbed could be even more thoroughly absorbed. Tang Tian did not care about wiping off the blood at the corner of his mouth. He stared straight ahead. It was a pity, although they had grasped the powerful law thread, but they had chosen the wrong direction and were unable to unleash the true might of the law thread. Tang Tian did not hesitate to keep the golden thread bag. Tang Tian jumped in shock. He quickly found the reason and revealed a bitter smile. In the previous slash, the power of the physique in his body was actually completely exhausted, and the remaining power was not enough to control the law thread so precisely. After regaining his senses, Tang Tian extended his hand towards the thread of life origin essence without saying a word. A golden steel gravel floated in front of him, and Tang Tian focused on controlling the law thread in his hand. The pitch-black law thread suddenly stretched taut. Like a blade, it accurately slashed onto the golden steel gravel. Thinking about the huge amount of life origin essence that he was unable to absorb, he felt extremely sullen. The gray mist inside the golden steel gravel is actually life origin essence. This time, Tang Tian looked even more carefully inside the small transparent golden steel gravel. The gray vortex was slowly revolving, occasionally flickering with a silver light. Tang Tian felt as though a thunder had exploded in his mind. His body trembled. The surging power in his body seemed to have suffered a heavy blow and collapsed. Tang Tian groaned, and a stream of blood flowed out from the corner of his mouth. The smile on his face became even more bitter. When Xiao Yao led everyone away, Tang Tian immediately took out the golden steel gravel and started to study it again. Without saying a word, he did the same thing, but what he did not expect was that he was actually unable to congeal another law thread. Tang Tian's face changed. His current strength was extremely powerful. Compared to the past, it was many times stronger. Even if it was Heaven's Road's silver grade star treasures, if they were to land in his hands, he could even break them apart with his bare hands. That's a good way to use it. Tang Tian suddenly realized that he was helpless. In terms of the tyrannical physique, even the strongest blood saint was unable to compare to him. After breaking through the golden steel gravel, the gray mist transformation was like a phoenix's nirvana. It was gorgeous and dazzling, filled with the throbbing of life. His figure suddenly became blurry. His dim eyes were like the reflection of stars in a water shadow of nothingness, the light rippling slightly. That is life origin essence. Then I will accept it. The golden steel gravel was the size of a river's sand. Quietly lying inside the bag, the dark gray color was extremely unremarkable. Tang Tian carefully picked one up and used his fingers to grind it. It was extremely sturdy, even stronger than black ironstones. It was Tang Tian's first time encountering such a situation. Suddenly, he was struck with inspiration. He thought of a method, laws. A foreign aura dispersed out, and an indescribable joy surged out from Tang Tian's body. Tang Tian was startled. Every single muscle in his body seemed to be cheering, filled with joy. For example, Tang Tian's body, his muscles were as strong as steel, his bones are comparable to star treasures. Even the ability to produce blood and grow muscles was much stronger than Saint's. But such tempering was not limitless. When his body was tempered to near perfection, it would be difficult to improve, and that was determined by his life form. At that stage, to improve further, he could only rely on his life essence. The black law thread sliced through the gravel and struck the gray vortex. Tang Tian admired Ping Shaoshan's ancestor. The law's grade was definitely not low. Furthermore, its aura was extremely weak, if not for Tang Tian's finger congealing. Tang Tian would not have been able to sense it. Even now, with one end connected to Tang Tian's fingertip, its aura was something that Tang Tian could not completely grasp. On one hand, it was because its aura was extremely weak, and on the other hand, it was because its body could freely travel through space. With one end firmly connected to Tang Tian's fingertip, the other end of its body would suddenly disappear and reappear. One could imagine, if it were to travel in the air, its movements would be extremely strange and would be extremely difficult to catch. That wisp of life essence could nourish his flesh and blood, but it couldn't immediately help them recover from fatigue. Tang Tian, who was in a terrible mood, turned to look at the piles of black iron stones in the warehouse. But the life essence in front of him allowed Tang Tian to see a glimmer of hope. To any living being, life essence was an extremely nourishing item. It could nourish the body and increase life force. Interesting. He first thought of spatial laws. The Ping family stealth technique contained spatial laws, but it was just a branch of spatial laws. But spatial laws that were hailed as one of the 3 fundamental laws, even if it was just a branch, it was still extremely powerful. But even with his full strength, he was unable to do anything to a small golden steel gravel. The dense silver mist was extremely beautiful, but the transformation was not over, as bits of gold light blossomed from the silver mist. Not long later, the silver mist started to sparkle, as though the gold gravel was mixed in. The transparent gravel body was effortlessly sliced apart. The transformation was extremely fast, causing Tang Tian to be unable to take it in. Tang Tian's mouth was wide open. In that moment, he was stunned. Normally, hard objects were usually heavy, but this object was as light as a feather. He placed the golden steel gravel in front of his eyes, and upon closer inspection, he could see it clearly. The golden steel gravel was actually transparent and colorless, but there was an extremely small gray whirlpool inside, causing it to look light gray. What caused Tang Tian to feel even more incredulous was that the small whirlpool was actually moving slowly. Then I will be leaving. 3 days later, the people from the silkworm workshop will come to collect the food. Xiao Yao smiled at Tang Tian. Chapter 710. Tang Tian face-bombed. I am truly stupid. Why did I want to complete that fist? I can try the incomplete version first. It will definitely not consume so much physical strength. The black iron stones were much tougher than he thought, but after witnessing the strength of the golden steel gravel, Tang Tian was not surprised. Luckily, the black iron stones were not so ridiculous that they required spatial law threads to separate. Ming Zhu's face finally changed. She said coldly, "Young noble Lu is too complacent. This is Purple Cuckoo City, not Galloping Horse City." Tang Tian's physical strength was already depleted, and after thinking about it, he became even more tired, and unknowingly he fainted again. It was a pity. Young noble only allowed him to bring half. The group of people left. Purple Cuckoo City does not only have one Qin family. Lu Ling then shook his head. If we go overboard, we might alarm the other families and cause problems to arise. Tang Tian did not do that. Although he could use his muscles to simulate the vibrations, the efficiency was too low. He did not have much physical strength left, and if he were to simulate the minute collapsing fist, he would only be able to shatter a few black iron stones. The minute collapsing fist was a relatively low-level fist technique. It used true power to achieve high-frequency vibrations. And although Tang Tian did not have any true power in his body, it was not a problem for him. His body was extremely tyrannical and could easily simulate the vibrations. She could not even stand properly. Without the protection of the Qin family, the Shui residence was like a piece of meat, where countless of wolves would pounce on them and devour them. The rhythmic snoring sounds could be heard even through the thick stone walls. Tai Xie was like a black shadow, quietly moving in the darkness, and quickly reached the walls of the Shui residence. The guards stationed in the shadows of the Shui residence were chatting softly, completely unaware that someone had passed through them. Tai Xie quickly found the location of the warehouse and following the wall. He was like a shadow, moving forward without a sound. Ming Zhu's body swayed, her face turning pale white. It was not only her. Even Xiao Yao, who was behind her, had a change in expression. For the Lu family to enter Purple Cuckoo City, the Qin family would definitely be extremely cautious. But until now, not a single Qin family member had appeared. The smile on Lu Lingnan's face disappeared. He frowned. He put down the teacup and said expressionlessly, "Seems like Miss Ming Zhu will not turn back until she hits the south wall." The Shui family is indeed not anyone's vassal, but without the big tree, how long can the Shui family last? He arrived outside the warehouse. All of Ming Zhu's energy was sucked out, and she fell into the chair in a daze. As he recalled, Tang Tian immediately discovered that the countless deductions and transformations were flooding towards him like a tidal wave. There were countless variations in the fist technique, and each variation was a mark. From easy to difficult, from big to small, Tang Tian wanted to choose the most important transformation marks from the tens of thousands of transformation marks and integrate them into his fist technique. A cold sword came out of nowhere and locked onto him. The cold edge of the sword went straight to the back of his neck. His face changed color as his soul flew out of his body. The warehouse door was tightly shut. He leaned against the wall, a little surprised. In the letter, Zhongzheng Yan Mei's tone was very gentle, but it revealed an unquestionable aura. Zhongzheng Yan Mei said that the Qin family and Lu family were the closest allies, and the alliance between them concerned the future of Purple Cuckoo City and Galloping Horse City. He thought that the Shui family would be able to develop better in the Lu family. He hoped that the Shui family would be able to see the bigger picture and move to Galloping Horse City. The Shui family was extremely important to the alliance. He said that if the Shui family met with any problems in the future, they could find the Qin family and would definitely help. Ming Zhu's expression turned cold and said indifferently, "My Shui family does not have the fortune to enjoy the big tree that is the Lu family. If the Lu family wants to buy the fabric, the market price will do. If it's anything else, please keep your mouth shut. Seems like Miss Ming Zhu will not give up until you see the coffin." Lu Lingnan sighed. He took out a letter from his bosom and flicked it, causing it to fly to Ming Zhu. "Miss Ming Zhu, why don't you take a look first?" There's someone snoring inside. But following that, an unprecedented rage surged in her heart. Although the Shui family relied on the Qin family for protection, they were not their vassals, but Zhongzheng Yan Mei actually treated them like a vassal. Another subordinate said, "Do you want to light a fire?" He licked his lips and extended his hand out to grab the golden steel threads. Upon walking out of the Shui residence, one of Lu Lingnan's subordinates asked, "Young master, what do we do?" He finally understood why his young master had his eyes on the Shui family. Luckily, his young master only wanted him to steal half of the golden steel threads. If not, with so many goods, even if they were to use carriages to pull them, who knew how many carriages would be needed to pull them all? But the Qin family's intention to Tai Xie was the best. Such a terrible defense was completely useless. The few ladies behind Ming Zhu all revealed looks of anger. They never thought that the Lu family would actually want to swallow up the Shui family, and they all looked at Lu Lingnan and his men in anger. Tang Tian calmed himself down. He was slowly reminiscing about the minute collapsing fist. Haha, rumors say that Miss Mingzhu is an unyielding character. From what I have seen, it seems to be true. Lu Lingnan's smile did not change and said slowly, "The reason why we discussed with Miss Mingzhu is because we respect Miss Mingzhu's character. If not, with the Lu family strength, if we wanted to take anything, what can't we do?" He thought about Law. The sound of snoring was like thunder. The person guarding the warehouse was sleeping soundly and was a very young man. When Mingzhu saw the words, "To Miss Mingzhu," her body swayed, her face without a trace of blood. She was extremely familiar with the handwriting. It was the Qin family's General Zhongzheng Yan Mei's handwriting. Zhongzheng Yan Mei controlled the internal affairs of the Qin family and had many interactions with the Shui family. Hearing that, the few of them nodded their heads. Thinking about the unfathomable Qin family, Tai Xie's heart turned cold. Mingzhu's face was pale white, but she raised her head. A look of stubbornness flashed past her eyes and said, "The Shui family has never been anyone's subordinate. The fate of the Shui family will be decided by us. We do not need to trouble others." Mingzhu opened the letter with trembling hands. Tai Xie's eyes flashed with a look of disdain. He quickly found the location of the golden steel threads. The golden steel threads were not easy to obtain, and the entire warehouse did not have more than 300 kilograms of golden steel threads. Tai Xie alone could easily bring them all away. The Qin family was never easy to get along with. His mouth curled into a sneer. He stood up. "We will visit again in a few days. Maybe Miss Mingzhu will change her mind." Although it was not completed, but the might of the fist had already revealed its extraordinary might. Tang Tian believed that the might of the fist would definitely surpass all of the martial techniques and spirit techniques that he had seen so far. The other Lu family members all had arrogant expressions, their mouths revealing looks of disdain. The requirement for the size of the black iron stones was extremely strict, and Tang Tian could not help but think about the minute collapsing fist that he used to practice in the crushed stone field. In terms of shattering the stone, the minute collapsing fist was undoubtedly the most suitable method. "Miss Mingzhu, what do you think?" Lu Lingnan laughed. He unrestrainedly admired Mingzhu's beauty, a look of greed flashing past his eyes. "I have long heard that the Shui family has a beauty, and it truly lives up to its name." The last time when Tang Tian was in the state of enlightenment, the myriad of changes were like fleeting shadows that flashed past his mind effortlessly. But now that he was slowly deducing it, it became extremely dry and tedious and extremely tiring. He suddenly thought about the fist that he was not able to complete, and his eyes lit up. That is a good choice. Tang Tian immediately revealed a bitter smile. The fist that he was unable to complete was because he had exhausted all of his stamina. Now that he did not have much stamina left, he was unable to complete the fist. The smile on Lu Lingnan's face became even wider. As though he was a cat playing with a mouse, he raised his teacup and gently took a sip. "That's right, this is Purple Cuckoo City, the Qin family's Purple Cuckoo City. But Miss Mingzhu, have you ever thought about why the Qin family is not here when I have come to the Shui residence?" Truly overestimating herself. We should let this arrogant woman wake up. A sinister look flashed past Lu Lingnan's eyes. He scoffed. "Without the protection of the Qin family, what about the Shui family? I heard that the Shui family's warehouse is frequently robbed, and the Shui family is helpless. They do not even have this ability. And you still want to be stubborn? Tai Xie, go to the Shui family's warehouse tonight and take half of the golden steel threads." The guards of the Shui family were truly riddled with holes. They were extremely weak, and their standards were extremely bad. Tai Xie thought for a moment and understood. Most likely, the Qin family had purposely left behind these omissions. The Qin family did not have the intention to pull the Shui family out of their predicament, and the more unstable the Shui family was, the more they relied on the Qin family. Actually, following our Lu family will only be better than the Qin family. Lu Lingnan's tongue was glib. The patriarch has already said, as long as the Shui family submits, they will be treated well. As the saying goes, it is good to enjoy the shade under a big tree. The Lu family is a big tree that will shelter the Shui family from the wind and rain. All of you just need to focus on raising the silkworms, and do not need to worry about anything else. It is so peaceful. He raised his head to look at the window, and once again transformed into a shadow. The shadow stuck close to the wall and quietly crawled upwards. Following that, the shadow was like a strange liquid that flowed through the cracks of the window and seeped in. A look of disdain flashed past Taisia's eyes. The Shui family has truly sunk to the bottom. The guards were chatting, and he already felt that he was slacking off. The guards of the warehouse are actually sleeping so soundly. I have never heard of such a thing before. Taisia was a skinny man of about 40 years of age, with a gloomy expression. In the discussion hall, although it was deep into the night, the lights were still bright, the atmosphere was extremely tense. Both sides were ready to fight. Recently, he had been using laws more, and had become more familiar with them. Taisia did not say a word. He turned and disappeared into the night. He did not have much power left in his body. This is too much. An indescribable despair pervaded Mingzhu's heart. She had never thought that the Qin family would give up on the Shui family. Suddenly, his arm froze in mid-air, his body became as stiff as steel, and he did not dare move. The goods piled up like a mountain in the warehouse made Taisia feel the wealth of the Shui family. Tang Tian did what he thought about, and carefully thought about the fist. At that time, his initial thought was to turn the complicated into simple, reverse the flow, and condense all the variations of the fist technique into one fist. Tang Tian did not panic, since he had decided on the direction. He would start with the easy ones. When he was training with Bing, he had long learned how to handle such problems. He did not care about the black iron rock. He sat cross-legged and started to think. What a big piece of meat. Chapter 711. It's him. Zhong Yan Mei nodded his head. I never thought that such a fierce person would be recruited by him. Lu Ling Nen is truly extraordinary. In the depths of the Xin domain, there were still many places that no one dared to step into. The various families had been exiled to the Xin domain for the past few hundred years, and had only just stabilized their footing, and did not have the strength to go deeper into the barren lands. B-class infamous. Mingzhu's face changed. The person beside Lu Ling Nan is Taisia. Shui Yan, who was in charge of gathering information, paled. She had been away from home for a long time, so her understanding of these matters far surpassed others. She suppressed the fear in her heart. Taisia has a notorious reputation. He has killed countless of people, and has always been a lone ranger. I never expected him to be recruited by Lu Ling Nan. He's a B-class infamous. The two of them no longer had any interest in chatting. Qin Zishan was already the most outstanding amongst the younger generation of the Qin clan, but compared to Lu Ling Nan, the difference was extremely glaring. The other women exchanged glances with one another. The panic on their faces gradually dissipated, but this made him suffer even more. Lu Ling Nan, on the other hand, calmed down. Once the other clans interfered, things would become complicated. They knew that their eldest sister was right. Once the Lu family knew the secret of the golden steel silkworm, they would no longer have any value. The Shui residents would be torn apart, and they would be sent to the hands of the Shui family disciples. Taisia's face revealed a sinister smile, seeking death. Han Bingning had become stronger. At this point, we can only rely on ourselves. Mingzhu regained her composure. Her eyes flashed with flames. Even if we beg for mercy, they will not let us go. They will make us spit out all the secrets of the Vajra silkworm. At that time, we will have no value and will only become their playthings. Instead of being humiliated for nothing, why not fight to the death? He was extremely clear of Taisia's strength, and it was impossible for the Shui family to have a martial artist that could threaten Taisia. Who could it be? Could it be that other families had interfered? The other families in Purple Cuckoo City? Everyone in the Shui residence could not sleep at all. The lights were bright. Out of the 15 guards, only one had survived. Their ferocity was terrifying to the extreme. Qin Zishan's mind was blank. His face was a mix of green and white. His eyes were at a loss. As the son of an aristocratic family, he wasn't a good-for-nothing either. Naturally, he could see the pros and cons clearly. To be able to rise to the ranks of rank, infamous men. They were all famous people. They could be found in every corner of the Sin domain, and no one dared to provoke them. A B-class infamous was already considered a top-notch expert. One should know that there were only 149 B-class infamous in total. Qin Zishan lowered his head and stood in front of Zhong Zhenyan. He clenched his fists tightly. He never thought that his eldest uncle would actually hand over the Xue family to the Lu family. Thinking about young Miss Ming Zhu falling into the hands of the Lu family, his heart felt like it was being stabbed by a knife, and his eyes were about to split open. Zishan likes Miss Mingzhu, I know. Zhong Zhenyan did not avoid the question and spoke warmly. The Lu family is using 200 null division prisoners to exchange for the Xue family. Zishan, what do you think? Should we do the exchange or not? Qin Zishan walked out of Zhong Zhenyan's study in a daze. His expression was blank. He yawned and opened his drowsy eyes. He had slept very soundly and felt an indescribable sense of comfort throughout his body. Why did I fall asleep? Tang Tian scratched his head in confusion. But one thing was for sure, regardless of where the null division prisoners came from, to the various families of the Sin domain that lacked manpower, they were the best replenishment. Furthermore, their bodies were extremely outstanding, and as long as they were nurtured, they would become elites. Ever since Ghost-Face Mask shouted out the Ursa Major Null Division, all of the prisoners had a special name, the Null Division prisoners. All of the Null Division prisoners had outstanding physiques, and what was surprising was that they did not have any energy in their bodies. There were people who suspected that the Null Division prisoners were the real Sin domain people. If not, how could they not have any energy in their bodies? With the current market price of the Null Division prisoners, the price of 200 prisoners would definitely exceed the Xue family. 200 prisoners, as long as they were digested. It was enough to change the strength and position of a family. Outside the house, the old granny of the Xue family revealed a gratified smile when she heard the high morale of the ladies inside. He did not hesitate to use his life-saving consummate technique, his face revealing an abnormal flush of red. He shot out like a bolt of lightning towards the door of the warehouse. Although the 4 great generals did not have the surname Qin, but their positions in the Qin family were extremely high, and all of the disciples of the Qin family had to pay their respects to them. Suddenly, he saw a person from the corner of his eyes. Wrong information. Coincidentally, he walked to the window, and through it, he could see the Xue residence in the distance. The slightly dilapidated Xue residence seemed to be hiding a huge bloody mouth, ready to devour anyone, tiger and wolf. A look of admiration flashed past Mu Zhe's eyes. He looks to be slippery, but in truth he is arrogant and fierce, and has the disposition of an ambitious and ruthless person. The person beside him is Tai Xie, right? After waiting for another half an hour, Tai Xie was still nowhere to be seen. Lu Ling could no longer sit still. He stood up and paced back and forth, his expression becoming more and more anxious. Even Qin Zishan himself was unable to reject such a deal. Tang Tian muttered in his heart and slowly walked towards Tai Xie. As long as I can escape from the warehouse. Zhong Zhenyan stood up and walked to him. He patted his shoulders and consoled him. Uncle knows I owe you this time. Don't worry, no matter what. Uncle will find a great beauty for you. I heard that the Lu family has a daughter who is as beautiful as a flower, even more beautiful than pearls, and has a warm and gentle personality, good at understanding others, and is suitable for you, Zishan. After a period of time, she will come to our Qin family as a guest. Why not, Zishan, take a look and see if you like her? If you like her, Uncle will go and talk to you. Seeing Qin Zishan's speechless expression, Zhong Zhenyan's tone remained warm. From this deal, we have profited. Furthermore, The friendship of the Lu family is even more important to our Qin family. Once the Qin and Lu families form an alliance, it means that the Purple Cuckoo City and Galloping Horse City, the two big cities, will form an alliance, and we will be able to protect ourselves, even if the situation becomes chaotic. With Zishan's ability, I believe you can see the pros and cons of this. Tai Xie was surprised, but immediately became ecstatic. Chance. Infamous Tai Xie was a true savage. His hands were stained with blood, and he had killed countless people. In the Sin domain, there was no good or evil. Only the strong and the weak, and the strong ruled. To be able to subdue such a savage like Tai Xie, it showed Lu Lingnan's strength. He exclaimed out loud and turned his head. Below the 12 were the B, rank infamous. Big sister. Shui Yan was shocked by Ming Zhu's decision. Big sister is right. If they want to swallow us up, we will have to see if they have the ability to do so. Shui Yan replied, young people should prioritize their career. How can they be so sentimental? Zhongzheng Yan Mei said. He then changed the topic. Lu Lingnan, what do you think? In the Sin domain, the infamous were people who specialized in the underworld. They did not attach themselves to any aristocratic families, and were usually independent, ruthless, and merciless. Killing was second nature to them. Burning, killing, and plundering, there was nothing they would not do. According to their strength and reputation, they were separated into A, B, C, and D. There were only 12 A rank infamous in the entire Sin domain, and they were at the top of the food chain in the entire Sin domain. Even the big families did not want to be enemies with them. We will recruit people. Ming Zhu said resolutely, we will take out all of our fabrics and gold and steel threads and recruit experts. No wonder Ming Zhu and the rest had a change in expression. There was once a B rank infamous who coveted the wealth of the Shui family. If it wasn't for the Qin clan's General Wei Han personally coming out to scare this person away, the Shui residence would have already been destroyed. That experience was engraved in Ming Zhu and the rest's hearts. They saw with their own eyes that the expert they hired with a high salary was killed, like a piece of paper in front of the B-class infamous. Now, the Shui family's guards were far weaker than they were back then. He never thought that the Lu family would actually be willing to exchange 200 null division prisoners for the Shui family. Lu Lingnan would definitely not let this matter rest. It was too easy for him to deal with the Shui clan. The faces of the others turned pale as well. Yeah. What should he do now? We will split up. Ming Zhu said solemnly, all of our valuables are just worldly possessions. As long as we can protect the Shui family and the secret of the golden steel silkworm, the Shui family can rise again. Tai Xie's entire body was drenched in perspiration. His body was extremely stiff, and he did not dare to move. He heard footsteps and guessed that the guard who had just fallen asleep had woken up, but he still didn't dare to make any movements. He had a strong premonition that if he made the slightest movement, he would be pierced by the sword. All of the Shui residence's fabrics and Vajra threads were extremely valuable. As for being arrogant and unruly, that was never a problem for them. Qin Zishan suddenly raised his head. His face was filled with shock. He opened his mouth, but no words came out. The Shui family actually has such a terrifying expert. Zhongzheng Yan Mei looked at his nephew in front of him and laughed. He is still young. Ming Zhu bit her lips tightly. Her lips were stained with blood. Her heart was filled with despair. Just Tai Xie alone was enough to flatten the entire Shui residence. In the past, they could still rely on the Qin family's protection, but now... Qin family. The man stood in front of the golden steel threads, his body fixed like a statue. Tang Tian understood. The man was locked down by Han Bingning's sword concept and did not dare to move. To be able to do that, it required at least the standard of the Qin family's 4 great generals. For the other families, it required at least the patriarch to make a move. Mu Zhe walked out from behind the bookshelf, his face filled with emotions. At this time, he was extremely sure that something had happened. But as time passed, he opened his eyes, and his expression started to become uneasy. Why isn't Tai Xie back yet? It has already been 2 hours, and according to the time, Tai Xie should be back. We can go to the other families. The Qin family has silently allowed the Lu family to swallow us, but they will definitely not openly help the Lu family against us. Furthermore, we are Purple Cuckoo City's people, and the Qin family is openly helping outsiders to swallow our own family. What will the other families think? Xiao Yao, who had regained her calmness, her eyes lit up. A figure blocked in front of him. It was the guard who had fallen asleep. He had never thought that the place that he thought would never have an accident would actually have an accident. A pity Zishan is still lacking. This time it has been tough on Zishan. Tang Tian reacted and was extremely happy. After being happy, he placed his attention on the thief. After waiting for another hour, the anxiousness on Lu Lingnan's face disappeared, and replacing it was an ashen green. There are so many thieves in this place. In the next second, the smile on his face froze. Just at that moment, the sword concept that was everywhere suddenly disappeared. Although the Shui family's fabrics were outstanding in defense, but in the Xin domain there were other substitutes. Lu Ling then returned to the inn and closed his eyes to rest. Inside the warehouse, Tang Tian, who had slept for 8 hours, finally woke up. Tai Xie did not return. He was either injured, restrained, or killed. Chapter 712. The dazzling light that caused Tai Xie's soul to fly once again appeared. Tang Tian had tasted the sweetness from Ping Shaoshan the last time, and thus did the same to Tai Xie. But after understanding flowing night, he was disappointed. It was not that the night laws were not sharp. In fact, its might was much stronger than the Ping family stealth techniques. But to him, it had a huge limitation. The Ping family stealth techniques were a branch of spatial laws, and its potential was even greater, allowing for a wider range of deductions. This time, the envoy is Lu Lingnan, an outstanding figure of the Lu family. The Galloping Horse City's Lu family is a family even stronger than the Qin family. Lu Lingnan is truly capable to actually be able to recruit Tai Xie. Lu family? Tang Tian was slightly confused, but upon hearing the word, work like a horse, his eyes lit up. He patted Tai Xie's shoulder and said loudly, "Good." His body made a strange turn in the air, and like an angry arrow, he shot towards the door once again. His movements were extremely smooth, as though he was making a feint when he pounced towards the window. It was not loud, but to Tai Xie's ears it was like thunder. A black figure appeared in front of him without any warning, blocking the light. Quickly escape. After spitting out 2 mouthfuls of blood, Tai Xie's speed did not decrease, but instead increased. He became a black figure, bouncing up and pouncing towards the window. The black arm shield shattered. Tai Xie was struck by a heavy blow and spat out another mouthful of blood. This time, without waiting for Tai Xie to dodge, another fist flew out. This lowly one surrenders. Tai Xie did not have any intention to fight. He knew that he had kicked a metal board, and to be able to escape with his life was already a blessing. The blood qi in his body was activated to its maximum. He could no longer care about the injuries to his body, and frantically activated his life-saving secret technique. Just at that moment, the conversation at the table beside him attracted his interest. In that moment, he made a decision. His mind was filled with only one word. The Shui family's warehouse actually had 2 strong martial artists. If it takes so much effort to deal with a silk thief, how can I fight with Bensun? Against a silk thief, 1 move should be enough. Although the silk thief in front of him was stronger than Ping Shaoshan. But to Tang Tian, how good could a silk thief be? Pa. Of course. He had heard of Zui Situ's notoriety. There were always 12 A-class savages, and all of them were powerhouses of the dark world. Tai Xie had actually obtained Zui Situ's inheritance. The Shui residence was in danger, but this fist caused Tai Xie's spirit to scatter. The vast aura was obviously able to topple the mountains and overturn the seas, but the air in the entire room seemed to have congealed. Not a single speck of dust flew up. Not a single ripple was formed. The multicolored law threads crisscrossed and fused together. Who said that the Shui residents had no experts? Tang Tian was surprised. This guy was really slippery. He was obviously beaten into a sorry state, but he could always escape at the critical moment. The punch arrived. Using the diamond thread to tie people up was a bit of a waste, but it was definitely reliable. Surging blood energy rumbled through his body like lava. At this moment, his strength broke through the limits of the past. He was unprecedentedly powerful. However, he still didn't dare to hesitate. He frantically rushed towards the window. He had never seen such an illogical, strange, and terrifying punch. Seeing that Tang Tian's expression was not good, Tai Xia's heart sank and immediately tried to flatter him. "Master, the Liu family will definitely not let this matter rest. We need to make preparations. This lowly one will follow Master from now on. As long as Master gives the order, I will be willing to go through fire and water and do anything for you." The sword concept that enveloped him made him feel as though there was a blade on his back and a sword at his throat. Tai Xia did not dare to move. His face became as white as paper, his eyes sunken, and his skin became withered. "Tai Xia? Oh my God! Don't tell me it's the B-rank, infamous Tai Xia." Bang! The beauty in front of him was the one that was saved by Ghost Face Mask, and Tai Xia even knew her name, Null Division Han Bingning. The opponent's strength was not something he could contend against. Thinking that Master Ghost Face Mask was still in the Shui residence, he immediately perked up his ears. Tang Tian brought Tai Xia to the front of the black ironstone and removed the diamond threads on his body. "Shatter them all and do a good job." Just now, his black shield had shattered so easily, causing Tai Xia to feel despair. All of the law threads were not high grade. Any one of them, or a few of them, were definitely unable to threaten his night shield. Tai Xia felt as though he was going crazy. He had never seen anyone who could produce over 100 law threads at the same time. The air in the warehouse suddenly froze. Tai Xia was dumbstruck. The bright law threads that were like multicolored lightning enveloped his fist, releasing a multicolored light aura. Galloping horse cities, Liu family, Shui residence. The young man in front of me is the Null Division, Ghost Face Mask. Lowering his waist into a horse stance, his fist was filled with power. An aura brimming with destruction surged out from his body like a storm. The fist that was covered with chaotic law threads smashed onto the black shield. I want to cry. This is the public enemy of the entire Sin domain. This is inhumane. Humph! Ghost Face Mask. Tai Xia immediately nodded his head. He was as docile as a sheep. He did not have any thoughts of escaping, not even a trace. When Han Bingning walked out from the corner, he was stunned, and suddenly thought about the news he had heard about the Purple Cuckoo City. A man wearing a ghost mask and carrying a blood flag had snatched a Null Division lady from Black Ben Senator before she left. The woman revealed her sordid intent. Countless fist technique variations and imprints appeared in Tang Tian's mind. Z, an even more astonishing number of law threads converged at an astonishing speed on Tang Tian's right fist. The unstoppable power caused Tai Xia to feel a sweetness in his throat, and he spat out a mouthful of blood. The experienced Tai Xia did not give up even in such a dangerous situation. He borrowed the power and retreated. He did not have any thoughts of fighting. There was only one thought in his mind: escape. None. 1. Heavy. 2. A pitch-black arm shield appeared on his crossed arms, blocking in front of him. Tang Tian was dissatisfied. The light that shone through the window was extremely adorable in his eyes. As long as he passed through it, he would be able to survive. For example, the spatial technique that Tang Tian had created from the Ping family stealth techniques was extremely powerful. And following his deeper understanding of spatial laws, the room for improvement became even bigger. Run. He used the last bit of his blood to twist his body, and like an open flatbread, he pounced onto the ground. His 4 limbs were on the ground, and his face was buried deep into the ground. Over 100 different types of law threads, corroding at the same time. Who could block it? Who could? Many ants can bite an elephant to death. Many soldiers can kill a general. Unreasonable, without technique, without tactics, without coordination. Unreasonable against the rules. His left leg took half a step forward, his waist slowly lowered, his left hand extended forward, his right hand clenched together, as though he was pulling a bow. He slowly moved backwards. The unhappy Tang Tian's expression became serious. He looked at Tai Xie, who was shooting towards the window, but did not have any intention of chasing. So Ping Xiaoshan was extremely cautious. Suddenly, the other party appeared out of thin air and blocked in front of Tai Xie. His pupils constricted again. Tai Xie's pupils dilated. A dazzling light aura suddenly pierced through the darkness and reflected the frozen smile on his face. When Ping Xiaoshan heard the words, flowing night, his wine cup trembled again. Tai Xie, who had lived on the edge of a knife for years, was extremely sensitive to the danger of death. On the surface of the black arm shield, there were many different colored law threads that formed a bewitching colored spiderweb. As usual, Ping Xiaoshan was drinking wine in the inn. His gaze was searching everywhere without anyone noticing. He remembered his mission and knew that it was not easy to find out the exact location of the prisoners. This is flowing night. Tang Tian stared at Tai Xie, who was tied up like a palm, his face filled with disappointment. More importantly, none of them were the same. Tai Xie's eyes were red, seeing that the window was just 2 m away from him. Tai Xie was ecstatic. As long as he could rush out, he had 10,000 ways to leave alive. Suddenly his body froze. Tai Xie's face changed. Previously, when the air froze, it had already caused his heart to jump, but this time it was even more thorough, and the air around him had become like glue. Be rank infamous man. Those 4 words caused Ping Xiaoshan's hand that was holding onto the wine cup to tremble. Han Bingning was naturally even more uninterested. Furthermore, Master's movements in the past 2 days were too big. The Mu, our family, was covered in dust, and all the families were currently facing a great enemy. The news that he had obtained was extremely sensitive, and if he was not careful, he would attract the attention of all the families. Ping Xiaoshan knew his own weight. All the big families could casually extend a finger and crush him like an ant, and if he were to provoke them, he would definitely die. When Tai Xie understood, he almost cried. So Tang Tian was not interested in flowing night. That's him. Be rank infamous man. That is a truly ferocious man upon being recruited. He will definitely be a fearsome general. Before he was 30, he was not famous, but after that he obtained the inheritance of Flowing Night and his strength sword. Do you know about Flowing Night? That was the absolute technique of the A-rank infamous Zhuasi. It specializes in night laws and is most suitable for assassinations in the night. The number of people that have died in Tai Xie's hands are countless. Tai Xie's heart turned cold. Tai Xie adjusted his state of mind and immediately became obedient, allowing Tang Tian to tie him up, and without hiding anything, he handed over Flowing Night. His life was in someone else's hands. To play any tricks at such a time was courting death. The person who inquired for information should be hacked to pieces. He was able to snatch people from Black Ben Sen's hands. With such a person overseeing things, I actually foolishly entered. My heart feels stifled. Thinking about when he entered, the other party was actually sleeping soundly. His snoring was like thunder. His heart was filled with grief and indignation. You are so strong, but you are still pretending to be a pig to eat a tiger. Is there a need for that? Is there a need for that? Are you even giving us a way out? Tai Xie quivered and immediately revealed a loyal and devoted smile on his face. At the moment of life and death, his survival instincts made him do one thing. He instinctively retracted his body and crossed his arms, blocking in front of him. Both of his arms revealed a strange black color, and black law threads emerged from his arms, rising and converging like mist. The shield of night appeared once again, barely blocking the attack. Tai Xia could not care about anything else. While spitting out blood, he forcefully twisted his body to escape, drawing an arc of blood mist in the air. A wise man submits to circumstances. Riches and honor depend on one's mood. If one is too powerful, they will definitely be subdued. There are no experts in the Shui family. To be able to be ranked as a be-ranked infamous person, Tai Xia's experience in battles was plentiful, and the number of people he had killed was something few could compare to. Light rays shone in from the window, shining on the black figure's back. Tai Xia only saw a human-shaped black figure in the light. The other party's expression was shrouded in the shadows, and he could not see anything. I am truly a joke. Go. 100 seeds. But there are over 100 of them. He had to be cautious. Chapter 713. But how can I move them? The news spread like wildfire through the entire Purple Cuckoo City. A figure carrying a flag was strolling along the street. The laughable and ugly blood bear was fluttering in the wind. The young lady behind him was like an ice mountain. After finding the coolie, Tang Tian was finally free. The servant raised his head, wanting to say something, but hesitated. Ben Sun was extremely confident in his heart. His gaze quickly shifted away from Ghost Face Mask and landed on Han Bingning, his eyes revealing a look of surprise. That's right, being strong is the most important thing. Ghost Face Mask is here. The servant's voice trembled. Ghost Face Mask is here. The Mu, a residence, was brightly lit. She retracted her gaze and silently followed behind Tang Tian. Ben Sen's question was also the question in many people's hearts. The Qin family was too strong, and even if it was just to arouse their disgust, it was enough to cause the majority of families to shrink back. Even Purple Cuckoo City's Diwu family did not want to be involved. Furthermore, the opponent this time was not just the Qin family, but also the Galloping Horse City's Lu family, a family that was even stronger than the Qin family. He opened his eyes, raised the blood bear flag, and without turning his head, he said, "Let's go!" But a strange silence appeared at the end of the street. Following that, the silence was like a deadly poison, spreading out at an astonishing speed. Pa. He had long heard that the Null Division prisoners had astonishing talents, but Ben Sun did not think much of it until he saw the change in Han Bingning. Did he truly believe that the rumors were true? Han Bingning retracted her gaze. She had sensed a trace of fighting intent coming from that direction. In her eyes, the fearless figure in front of her. How could he be disturbed by such a mess? The smile on De Lin's face disappeared, and she asked unhappily, "What's the matter? Why are you so flustered?" Lu Lingnan slowly regained his senses. He stared intently at the figure carrying the flag down the street. So terrifying. Ben Sun was startled. Everyone was startled. The battle was imminent, but Tang Tian's state of mind was extremely calm. The power in his body flowed quietly, the regiment of flames in his eyes blazing. Tai Xia was startled. Lu Ling then stared at the figure below, his heart filled with battle intent. Just at that moment, the Ice Mountain Beauty who was following behind Ghost Face Mask raised her head and looked back, their gazes clashing in the air. He had a 100% chance of winning. No matter how much money Ming Zhu offered, she was unable to move them. Although the godly fist had not been perfected, it had already taken shape. Tang Tian wanted to give this fist a name. Since it was created by the godlike young man, of course it should be called Godly Fist. Ben Sen's voice was powerful and resonated out. Ben Sun stepped onto the tower of the castle and looked down at the streets, at the Ghost Face Mask who was carrying the flag. Killing intent surged in his heart. Under the countless gazes, Ghost Face Mask stopped. He casually placed the blood bare black flag by his feet. He raised his head without fear. Facing Ben Sen's sharp gaze, he shouted loudly, "I want to defeat you." Everyone had thought of thousands of reasons, but no one had thought that it would be this reason. In the darkness of the purple cuckoo city, all of the mansions lit up one after another. Figures soared into the sky. They rode the night wind. They swept through the sky, coming from all directions like a tide. In the gigantic purple cuckoo city, the people flowed like a tide, following closely behind the wantonly blood bare black flag. What's the point of Ghost Face Mask finding trouble with the Moo, or family? What's his goal? Delin's face darkened. If you have something to say, say it. The darkness in front of him was similar to their situation. His sharp eyes could still see the specks of dust floating in the darkness. He slowly closed his eyes and listened to his own breathing, as though he was listening to the voice in his heart. The night wind blew. The blood flag fluttered in the quiet streets, wantonly extending out. Two figures, one in front and one behind, quietly walked forward. Truly arrogant. Everyone was filled with curiosity. What is Ghost Face Mask trying to do this time? Ben's son had absolute confidence. In the previous battle, he had already grasped Ghost Face Mask's strength. If he was not familiar with him, it would be easy for him to be exhausted by Ghost Face Mask's endless methods. But once he was familiar with him, Ghost Face Mask's weakness in Ben Sen's eyes was infinitely magnified. He had already decided to kill Ghost Face Mask today. Time seemed to have stopped. The bustling street suddenly stopped. The shop assistant who was initially hawking his wares had his mouth wide open, but no sound came out. All of the customers who were initially enthusiastic swept their gazes and immediately became silent. That's right, I've never seen him before. Pa pa pa. In her eyes, no one in the entire Sin domain had the qualifications to be enemies with Tang Tian. Ben's son, who had been standing behind Delin with his hands by his side, suddenly opened his eyes. His eyes filled with killing intent, he snorted. You really think our family is a market? You think you can come and go as you please? Young miss, please accompany young Miss Ming Zhu here. This subordinate will be back soon. They had already lost their bravery. They had already accepted their fate. They had already lost their bravery. You could say that he was stupid, arrogant, or overestimating himself. But every time he appeared, he would release a boundless light aura, and no one could ignore his existence. Previously, when Ghost Face Mask snatched Han Bingning from his hands, it had already caused Ben's son to lose all his face, and for him to actually come here again, it was a naked humiliation to the Moo, or family. Not only must I win this time, I must win beautifully. I better go and gather information. That will be safer. Ghost Face Mask, truly an interesting fellow. Who knows, maybe we will have the chance to fight in the future. Ghost Face Mask? Truly an arrogant fellow to actually not place Purple Cuckoo City in his eyes at all. Although he knew that his actions were extremely stupid, but for some reason, Lu Lingnan's heart was stirred. All the schemes, the rules, the scruples, to the arrogant man below, were like floating clouds. Suddenly, a servant rushed in anxiously, his face filled with panic. If I can recruit this lady into my family, Han Bingning followed behind him. When Tang Tian's footsteps stepped onto the West Street, the people who heard the news immediately went into an uproar. Tai Xia looked at the door blankly. In the night, similar discussions and sighs could be heard in every corner of Purple Cuckoo City. But very quickly, Ben's son knew that his thoughts were not realistic. Seeing Han Bingning, he knew that she was dead set on Ghost Face Mask. Ming Zhu was extremely anxious. In truth, she also knew that the predicament they were in, as long as they could obtain support, they would be able to break out of it. After all, the Lu family were outsiders, and the Qin family was unable to do anything overboard. In the blink of an eye, the street was empty. When Ben's son heard that Ghost Face Mask was here, he was furious, but he quickly calmed down and felt that there was something fishy about it. It doesn't make sense. There aren't any null division prisoners in my residence, and Ben's son believed that Ghost Face Mask also knows of the disparity in strength between them, and the previous trick will not work again. Only the clear sound of footsteps could be heard. But in the next moment, the silent street suddenly exploded. When Ping Xiaoshan rushed back to report the news, he saw Taixia, who was coughing blood and smashing stones, and immediately felt miserable. To think that a B-class fierce person who possessed such a shocking inheritance like flowing night would be reduced to such a state. Ping Xiaoshan, who had a rigid expression, rushed over and left in a hurry. The small door glowed with light. A young man holding a flag walked forward silently. The silent and ugly ghost face mask revealed an imposing aura. His high-spirited figure carried an indescribable arrogance and stubbornness as he walked against the light. Ben's son threw away all his distracting thoughts. He looked down and bellowed, "Ghost face mask, you have already snatched the person. Why are you attacking us?" He did not care much about the young miss buying Han Bingning. To him, it was fine as long as the young miss was happy. But after not seeing him for a few days, Han Bingning's aura had actually become much stronger than before. Ghost face mask dares to make an entire city his enemy. How can I not dare to make an entire residence my enemy? All of their faces revealed an indescribable excitement. Lu Ling-nan, who was staying at the top of the inn, heard the screams outside and immediately walked to the window, coincidentally witnessing the scene. He was extremely shocked on the way. He had heard about Ghost Face Mask, but did not think much of it. But after witnessing the scene, he then understood that Ghost Face Mask had left a deep impression on the city. When Ghost Face Mask appeared for the first time, it could be said to be unexpected. But at the heart of the storm, the Ghost Face Mask still appeared. Just this aura alone was enough to cause people to be subdued. Ming Zhu did not know either. She had gone to the Su family, the Roland family, the Tiopiot family, but was met with a wall. Every family did not reject him, but instead would treat him warmly. Their words were more beautiful than the last, but no one was willing to lend a helping hand. But the arrogance of seeing his opponent as worthless grass truly made people's blood boil. Lu Ling clenched his fists tightly. Compared to Ghost Face Mask, Taixia's ferocious name was insignificant. Lu Ling had completely recovered from the setback of Tai Xia's disappearance. So what if the Xue family has any strong martial artists? Who am I, Lu Ling inferior to? Ming Zhu and Delin stopped at the same time. With that, Ben's son disappeared. Lu Ling only felt a cold sword concept pressing on his forehead, causing him to quiver, as though he had fallen into an ice cellar. The boiling blood in his body suddenly became bone-piercing cold. In the night, Purple Cuckoo City's main road was as bright as day. The various shops on both sides were brightly lit. Purple Cuckoo City's nightlife was extremely rich. In truth, it was not only Purple Cuckoo City. The entire Sin Domain's nightlife was extremely lively. All of the aristocratic families that were exiled continued their most familiar lifestyles. The bitter and cruel life, the declining glory and glorious memories caused people to feel even more pain. Countless people indulged in getting drunk late at night, trying to use alcohol to forget their worries. That's right, arrogance. He wore the ghost face mask and took out the blood bear flag, his aura soaring high. So arrogant, so reckless, so fearless. Han Bingning silently held onto her sword and stood behind her. The sword was something that she took out from the warehouse. It was not of good quality, but it could be used. Lu Ling never thought that witnessing Ghost Face Mask's reckless rampage would actually allow his mental state to break through a bottleneck. Feeling the surging power in his body, Lu Ling wanted to laugh out loud. Even the originally warm light seemed to emit a bone-piercing chill at this moment. "Everyone, I won't make you wait for long." After 2 seconds of silence, there was an uproar. The sound waves that reached the sky exploded out. Lu Ling face revealed a look of shock. In the darkness, the ghost face mask was sinister. The blood bear flag was silent. Ming Zhu looked at Delin in front of her and sighed in her heart. Delin's smile was perfect and flawless, filled with friendliness, but Ming Zhu knew that the other party was just restraining herself. With the initial mastery of the God Fist, Tang Tian was bursting with confidence. At this time, if I don't challenge Black Ben's son, how can I face myself? The entire street had sunk into a dead silence. Hysterical screams, the sound of wine cups falling to the ground, panicked footsteps, tables and chairs falling to the ground. The entire scene was in chaos. Everyone frantically turned and ran, and the customers that faced the street tried their best to hide. In the past, at this time, the street would be bustling with people. Chapter 714. "He will definitely lose," Victor muttered. "However, I am unable to see through this fellow's abilities." Inside the hurricane, Ben Sen's figure did not move an inch. The scale of the hurricane continued to expand. It was expanding outwards at an astonishing speed. The rocks, trees, and tiles around Tang Tian's feet all left the ground and were blown into the sky. Chi, chi, chi. Victor's eyes were extremely sharp. He saw the indistinct figure inside the hurricane, standing straight like a spear. Tang Tian's surroundings turned dark. Sand and stones flew everywhere. The wind howled and mixed with the sound of broken trees and stones. It sounded like the wails of ghosts and wolves. Han Bingning's body leaned forward, holding onto her sword. The howling wind was like blades. She did not have any time to breathe. The blue light aura on her body was bitterly holding on. She clenched her teeth and used all her strength to resist. The sword concept laws that she had gained enlightenment on were extremely weak in front of the berserk hurricane. Ghost Face Mask's previous performance was truly astonishing. To be able to force Ben Sun into such a difficult situation, forcing him to reveal his true strength and finally snatching Han Bingning's hand. It was truly amazing. But anyone could tell that Ghost Face Mask strength could not compare to Ben Senator Han Bingning's heart trembled. Although she had gained enlightenment on laws, but compared to Ben Sun, she was still far from it. Ben Sen's understanding of laws was much deeper than hers. The wind became stronger and stronger, causing her to be unable to stand stably. Her face changed, and she subconsciously held onto her sword hilt. Truly powerful, the blood bare black flag was fluttering in the wind and swayed unsteadily. Black Ben Sun, you are my first target to challenge. I know it is not smart, but that is what I thought. You think that by playing some tricks, you have the qualifications to challenge me? The new generation of Steel Guards is about to come out. Gale Singer Shuryen, the beautiful servant, was shocked. If it was anything else, she would not be able to understand. But with that, she immediately understood how powerful Gale was. The scene in front of her was extremely similar to the sword Tempest Cyclone. Victor floated down from the sky. His furious red robe was like a blossoming flower. On his handsome and unruly face, the carefree and careless expression of the past had disappeared. Instead, it was replaced by a solemn expression. Behind the mask, the young man murmured silently. His eyes shone with a strange light. Under the gaze of tens of thousands of people, he raised his right arm and pointed it at the sky. Traces of blood seeped out from between Han Bingning's lips. Frost crept up her eyebrows and eyelashes, and a thin layer of frost covered her forehead. The strong pressure made her body tremble uncontrollably. I'm not lying. I'm going to defeat you. Only by defeating you can I defeat people stronger than you. As long as I defeat all of you, I can save everyone. Reminiscing about the pain and sweat, reminiscing about everyone's teasing and companionship, reminiscing about the warm sunshine of Ursa Major constellation and the smell of gunpowder that had yet to dissipate, reminiscing about the super big bear egg. Wouldn't Ghost Face Mask lose for sure? The beautiful servant felt sad. To her, Ghost Face Mask was willing to risk his life to save his own female subordinates, and was truly a loyal man. Han Bingning held onto the sword hilt. The strong pressure caused her mind to go blank in the chaos, only that sentence floated and did not dissipate. Ben Sun definitely did not know how he managed to cultivate his zero-energy body. It was still the familiar formula and the familiar smell. The sharp whistling of the wind became low and gloomy, causing people's hearts to tremble. She had never seen her young master reveal such an expression before. In her heart, her young master was always indifferent, as though nothing could move him. This move was much more powerful than the last time. At that time, the Mu, our family, would only become stronger. Ben's son would definitely not allow anyone to damage the Mu, our family's reputation at such a time. But she did not give up and did not want to give up. Xiaofeng? Defeng? That's an ordinary name. The beautiful, servant said. Ben Sen's gaze was cold. The black color on his skin seemed to have come alive, flowing along his body in a strange manner. The black color on his face quickly disappeared, revealing his white skin. The dense black tide continued to surge towards his raised palm. If not for my lack of strength, why would I need to resort to such methods? Ghost-Face Mask's open challenge became more and more laughable and ignorant. All of the distracting thoughts were burned into ashes by the blazing fighting intent. In the young man's eyes, there was only the figure on the tower, the figure that was like a mountain, the figure that he needed to defeat. This is Gale. It is a combination of strength and gentleness. It is unstoppable. Although I am unable to train Gale to such a level, but its berserk might is definitely not something that the man in front of me can contend against. Bang, bang, bang. Suanzhong, who was dressed in plain clothes and straw sandals, carried his sword on his back. Looking at Victor, who had warned him, he was surprised. I never thought that the sloppy fellow actually has a good heart. The figure was engulfed by the gale, but she firmly believed that if it was him, he would definitely not take a step back. A bright red-dressed man's face changed. He flew into the sky and bellowed, "All of you retreat!" If it was him, he would definitely not retreat. The beautiful servant by his side was surprised. She was in disbelief. Young noble, is Ben's son so strong? Suanzhong, who was in the distance, stared at Han Bingning. His sharp gaze revealed a look of admiration. He never thought that such a tenacious willpower would actually appear on a lady. Ben Sen's gaze turned cold. He threw away all of the distracting thoughts, regardless of whether or not Ghost-Face Mask had other intentions, in front of absolute strength. All schemes were just empty castles in the air. In the midst of the commotion, all of the gazes turned from anticipation to disdain. How arrogant is he? Tang Tian extended out his palm and grabbed onto the flagpole and stabbed it in. Looking down at Ghost-Face Mask, Ben Sen's expression was indifferent. He snorted, "Overestimating yourself. Ben's son is already so powerful." The beautiful maid's cherry mouth was wide open. She was in disbelief. What kind of person is Gale, Singer Shi? Even the current Qin family's Qin Jin cannot reach that stage. The boiling air started to produce a cyclone. It quickly grew, and in the blink of the eye it had transformed into a hurricane around Ben's senator. Buzz, buzz, buzz. The air around him started to tremble intensely. As though it was boiling, his body started to distort. The air became extremely oppressive. A terrifying aura enveloped the entire West Street. The wind blew and the clouds flew. But to think that he can rely on such a breakthrough to challenge me, that is a fool's dream. He did not exhale or make a sound, but these 4 words were like rolling thunder, exploding in the air and spreading far away. Like a gentle breeze, the gentleness in his eyes disappeared, and the young man raised his head. No. Victor's eyes lit up, but his tone was extremely calm. He should only be at the initial enlightenment stage. If he was 10 years younger, he might have the chance to catch up to Shi. All right, actually he is already very powerful. Haha, I really want to see Qin Jun's face now. That's right, it's him. 30 years ago, he was ranked in the top 10 of Sin Domain, and he trained in Gale. He had always been very proud of this. You can tell just by looking at his name. Rocks continued to fly towards Tang Tian, but as soon as they got close to the tenem radius around Tang Tian, they would all turn into fine powder. The blood, bare black flag by Tang Tian's feet was not affected by the gale at all, and only gently swayed. The loud roar came out from within, the earth-shattering whistling. All the spectators who were shocked by the terrifying scene awoke from their stupor, and all of them started to retreat. That's Gale. He looked towards the hurricane. The size of the hurricane was astonishing. It soared into the sky, and he could not see the end of it. It was as though there was an additional pillar of wind in the sky. The black clouds in the sky were being sucked in, lightning flashed and thunder rumbled. The scene looked like it was the end of the world. It was extremely terrifying. Her body lit up with a faint blue light aura. Regardless of how the gale wreaked havoc, it was unable to move her body. Truly a natural-born swordsman. Tang Tian's eyes lit up, the fighting intent in his chest soared. He was in a state of excitement. His body was like a nail, nailed to the ground, not moving an inch. The blood-bare flag by his feet swaying with all its might. Let's retreat. Pieces of bricks continued to fall from the ground and were swept into the sky by the wind. The blood-bare black flag sank down and stabilized itself. Ordinary. Victor smacked his lips. That's not ordinary at all. The number of people who are able to train in these two techniques can be counted with one's fingers. Do you know, Yin? But she did not retreat even half a step. I do not understand schemes, and am not smart enough. Then I will use my fists to defeat all of you. Ghost Face Mask's tenacity surprised Ben's son. Seems like he had a breakthrough in the previous battle. Bang, 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 Victor said in a deep voice. The gale changed in the air, transforming into all sorts of wind blades, condensing and dispersing. It was completely unfathomable. A tree that required 3 people to surround fiercely smashed towards Tang Tian like a battering ram. But before it could even get close to Tang Tian, it was sliced into pieces by the berserk wind blades. Inside the hurricane, the wind was ever-changing, condensing and dispersing formlessly. As long as one was caught in it, there was no chance to escape. Behind the mask, Tang Tian licked his lips. How nostalgic. Ben's son was surprised. His black face did not reveal any emotions. Only a look of ridicule flashed past his eyes. Sigh. A wind blade pierced through the space around Tang Tian and left a wound on Tang Tian's arm, causing blood to flow out. The black color on Ben Sen's body surged into his palm like a tide, converging into a black dot in his palm. He has always been like that. Tang Tian did not move. His gaze did not leave Ben's son, who was at the top of the tower. The young man behind the mask tightly pursed his lips. The West Street that had just been repaired suffered a calamity once again and started to crumble. The bricks that had just been placed on the ground, chi-chi-chi, many deep grooves were formed. The fragments were swept into the wind. The wind marks became more and more. Pa! The bricks shattered. Once the wind blew, the divine might was formed. Victor grabbed onto the female servant. He retreated and said, "The wind blade is not some secret technique. Many people train in it. Wind laws are also the most commonly seen law. But it is easy to learn, but hard to master. And when you truly train in it, it becomes even more difficult, especially its killing technique. The wind blade has 2 killing techniques, small wind and gale." Chapter 7:15. In the past, he would only release half of it and fall unconscious, but every time his fist force would be extremely smooth, which stemmed from his countless repetitions of training, and the fundamental fist techniques had already become his body's instincts. No matter how many transformation marks he had imparted, his fist force was completely natural. Tang Tian, are you cowardly? Are you afraid? Are you thinking of retreating? He raised his head, his eyes blazing with fire. The face behind the mask was sinister. He fiercely waved his fist again. Countless of blood droplets flew past his eyes. The warm blood flowed down his cheeks and into his mouth. He felt extremely happy. He felt as though his entire body was on fire. He felt as though he was about to tear the storm apart. This was enough to prove that Ursa Major Constellation's understanding of a sword tempest storm had reached an extremely profound level. The wind pressure was extremely strong, causing the surrounding space to become extremely chaotic, and using the Ping family stealth techniques would easily cause problems. The 720M was like a heavenly moat. 720M, a meter thick black iron door. But in the next moment, the devil mask's exposed eyes suddenly became crazy and blazing. All the muscles in his body suddenly tensed up. With a roar, he suddenly took a step forward. The sky was filled with blood mist and shot out in all directions. Ding, ding, ding. Sparks flew everywhere. The closer to the eye of the storm, the faster the wind speed, the stronger the power of the wind blades, and they would become extremely congealed wind blade walls that were even harder than steel. The castle's big door had been repaired, and the big door had also been changed. It was obviously even thicker, and the color seemed to be different from the last time. 28M. Impossible. The fist aura was like a cannonball, piercing into the storm, leaving behind a circular path. How can this be the end? Ursa Major Constellation's research on the sword Tempest Storm had lasted for a long time. Other than the fact that it was the only way to achieve the zero-energy body, Tang Tian had used the sword Tempest Storm to kill an army in his berserk state, causing the saints to be unable to dodge in time, and displaying his powerful fighting strength was also directly related to it. That's it. But he had no other choice. The green and black ghost face mask's eyes were extremely bright. His gaze seemed to be able to pierce through layers of wind. The young man behind the mask revealed a smile. As long as the eye of the storm was destroyed, the storm that extended into the horizon would collapse. When Tang Tian saw Ben Sun unleashing a killing technique similar to the whirlpool sword storm, he was filled with admiration. Bright beads of blood swept across the front of the mask, and time seemed to freeze. Tang Tian's body obviously paused for a moment, and he was a little dazed. Wherever the fist aura passed, it left behind a circular passage with a diameter of more than 10 feet. Roaring in his heart, he was like an enraged lion, constantly questioning himself. His eyes were bloodshot and bloodshot. The frozen space was like a piece of transparent glass, collapsing at a speed visible to the naked eye. The power of these wind blades was astonishing, and the number was even more astonishing. The space around Tang Tian was being chipped away bit by bit. God Fist could freeze space, and that was his greatest discovery, because his God Fist had extracted all the law threads in the space. However, the frozen space was rapidly collapsing and shattering. Countless beams of light converged on his right fist, like a ball of colorful lightning. The space around him suddenly became still, as if it had been frozen. Ben Sun, who was extremely shocked, finally heaved a sigh of relief. His eyes still had a look of disbelief. How can there be such a fist technique in the world? What kind of fist technique can actually extract all the law threads in the space? Is this the end? The approaching wind blades were like the scythe of the Grim Reaper, almost touching Tang Tian's nose. Tang Tian did not feel anything. All of his attention was on his fist. His fist was like a bow, slowly pulled back. I want to destroy the storm. I want to shatter its eye. Tang Tian waved his fist again and rushed forward again. No one was more familiar with the whirlpool sword storm than him, not only because he had been inside for a few months, but also because he had gathered everyone's wisdom. This type of storm, its weakness, its core, how it was formed, and how to destroy it, Tang Tian was extremely clear of it. But Tang Tian also saw the chance to win. Ben Sun, who was on the tower, sensed something. His eyes flashed with a look of disbelief. He could clearly sense that the wind blades were surging towards the ghost face mask. Tang Tian's guess was not wrong. After the previous incident, the castle's door had been changed to be made of black iron, with a thickness of over 1 m. Every time the door was opened and closed, it required 10 guards to use all their strength to open the door. It was the Sin domain. There was no energy and could only be achieved by using laws, which required an astonishing understanding of laws, and at the same time it required an abundance of power of the physique. Tang Tian was also interested in the whirlpool sword storm. Even a saint would not dare to face an army by himself. But the whirlpool sword storm was able to send an army to their deaths. Such a powerful force was worth pursuing. Tang Tian had never thought of any other choice. If you are not even afraid of death, what are you afraid of? That's right, that's it. The wind blades were getting closer and closer to him, and the surrounding frozen space was melting at an astonishing speed. His own gale, in front of the strange and colorful fist aura, was actually like paper. Ben's son could not believe his eyes. Tang Tian's attention was unprecedentedly focused. His gaze was fixated on the fist that he was slowly pulling back. The countless changes were like smoke. His body was still trembling, but his fist was extremely stable. You said it before. Even if I die, I will save everyone. Tang Tian had just waved his fist. Qi, countless of blood, spurted out from his body. The god fist consumed a lot of physical strength. Adding the continuous impact, Tang Tian's physical strength was close to being exhausted. He forcefully waved his fist, but the flesh and blood in his body could no longer take it and was injured. The entire process was extremely long, and it caused people's hair to stand. Ben's son was startled. He subconsciously did not believe it. Such a situation would only occur under one circumstance, and that was when the hurricane felt that there was a possibility of threatening it. The hurricane was born from laws, and it also knew how to seek benefits and avoid harm. Tang Tian's pressure suddenly increased, but he did not panic. The hurricane had sensed his danger. Big Dipper's research. The larger the size of the hurricane, the stronger its assimilation ability, and they were naturally hostile towards existences that could affect them. He suddenly raised his head and roared. An intense sense of danger enveloped Tang Tian. Although Tang Tian was surprised, he did not panic. He snorted and once again pulled back his fist. The Big Dipper plan that had a profound influence on Ursa's major constellation. One of the important research targets was the sword Tempest Cyclone, its formation, its strength, its effects, etc. The current null division were all products of the Big Dipper plan. Tang Tian's surroundings immediately darkened. Countless of wind blades covered the sky and swept over. The wind blades around him were already so dense that they seemed to have cut off all light. Most people would think that the eye of the cyclone was the black dot in Ben Sen's hand. But Tang Tian knew that it was not. The black dot was the source, but the eye of the cyclone was beneath Ben Sen's feet, and according to the position, it should be the empty space behind the castle gates. 15M. Training was never an easy thing. Every step forward was forever soaked in sweat, and it was boring and painful. All of this had already run through Tang Tian's entire growth process, and if one were to talk about the most painful training, it would definitely be the sword Tempest Cyclone. Woo woo woo. Tang Tian's entire body was extremely sore. For the sake of not being affected by his fist, he used his body to withstand the impact of the wind blades on the frozen space. But at that moment, he did not dare rest. He knew that the opportunity was gone. They had thought that it was because of the dense energy in the sword Tempest Cyclone and the gathering of remnant spirits. But they never thought that the cyclone that Benson used in Sin Domain would have such an inconceivable characteristic. No, the empty passage formed by the fist had only existed for a short period of time. Tang Tian's body trembled, but he was already prepared for it, and his fist was not affected at all. Only at that moment, when he saw Tang Tian's entire body covered in blood, did he heave a sigh of relief. Such a terrifying fist technique definitely has a huge flaw. If not, why did Ghostface Mask not use it the last time? It was like throwing a red-hot iron bullet into the snow. It was just that what they used was a small-scale version of the sword Tempest Cyclone, and its effect was not as strong as Tang Tian's, but at the same time, the pain was not as terrifying as Tang Tian's. All living things in the world maintained a miraculous balance. The god fist had taken away the law threads and formed the frozen space. And now that the frozen space was destroyed, Tang Tian's fist became extremely sluggish. The overwhelming wind blades fiercely struck the frozen space that had just been formed. I have just arrived here, and my strength is already exhausted. Ghostface Mask has no chance of winning. But for some reason, Ben's son did not have the slightest bit of joy from his imminent victory. His expression was stiff, and his left hand that was hanging down was actually covered in perspiration. That was the true strength of his god fist. Taking advantage of the stable space, Tang Tian's figure flashed and appeared 60 m away. The passage suddenly crumbled, and countless wind blades swarmed in from all directions. The heart-wrenching pain, other than bitterly enduring. There was nothing else he could do. The wind blade vortex that was able to shatter blades and swords was helpless against the fist-sized, multicolored light. Countless law threads tangled together and formed a unique annihilation effect. Even for someone as mentally strong as Tang Tian, he did not want to try it again. But even if he knew the location of the Eye of the Wind, it was still extremely difficult to destroy it. The light aura on his right fist became even more dazzling. He took a deep breath, lowered his waist into a horse stance, and slowly pulled back his fist. Bang! Ever since he gained enlightenment on the God Fist, it was the first time he had encountered such a situation. Tang Tian's body trembled intensely. The green and black ghost face mask's eyes lit up with brilliance. Although the fist was extremely difficult, but the unprecedented focus allowed it to break through once again. Tang Tian took the chance and rushed forward again. The fist that was filled with power suddenly burst out. Qi, a wind blade, slashed across the back of Tang Tian's hand. Blood spurted into the air and was quickly turned into a blood mist by the storm. He waved his fist again. As expected, the consumption of physical strength is extremely huge. Tang Tian's body trembled uncontrollably. But the research of the Big Dipper plan proved that the conditions for such a large-scale sword tempest cyclone to form was extremely harsh, and the requirements for the person controlling it was even more outrageous. Even for Tang Tian, if not for him entering a berserk state, causing all aspects of his body to soar, he would not be able to endure the immense burden of the sword tempest cyclone. The surrounding wind blade stopped, and the multicolored fist aura entered the tempest. But at that moment, he actually felt that he was unable to control the fist. The law threads that converged on his right fist had become restless and wanted to break away from his fist. Even Tang Tian had to admit that he could not do it. Chapter 716. Tang Tian once again opened up his fist. The new power in his body that was like a vast ocean suddenly surged. The surging power suddenly flowed out like lightning, flowing along his right arm and into his fist. Who won? He was truly injured. The wind eye was destroyed, and he suffered a strong backlash. Thinking back to the battle, he felt that it was inconceivable. The opponent ignited his primordial fire origin in the middle of a battle. Although it is rare, but it is still considered normal. The opponent's fist technique was extremely strange. He had never seen such a fist technique before. Tang Tian's state of mind was unprecedentedly clear and calm. The changes that he had deduced before were like a surging fog that flashed past his mind. It was as though countless of books had been flipped, as though countless of stars had been shot out. All the big and small changes and imprints were extremely clear. This guess was quickly rejected by him. Gale was not something that anyone could train in. It required an extremely deep understanding of wind laws. It was the first time someone had met Gale, and it was impossible for them to be able to accurately find the weakness of Gale without any hesitation and find the location of the wind eye. The beautiful servant had a face of heartache. "Go back and sleep!" Victor laughed out loud, but in his eyes there was no trace of a smile. Su Injong was overjoyed to be able to witness a swordsman's transformation. As a fellow swordsman, he was also overjoyed. To him, a powerful martial artist that had ignited his primordial fire origin was not as important as a transformed swordsman. Ben Sen's pupils constricted. The multicolored light regiment on Tang Tian's right fist swelled up a few times, becoming the size of a bamboo, releasing a terrifying aura. The multicolored bewitching light aura reflected off the green and black ghost face. It was extremely terrifying. The ghost face that was covered in blood slowly walked out from the castle. The thick and sturdy mystical iron door had disappeared, leaving Ben's son, who was high up in the air as though he had lost his soul. The other families are probably feeling uneasy now. Ben's son, who was standing in the tower, turned and walked back into the castle. Ben's son gasped for breath. then said with difficulty, "I am fine." How is that possible? As expected, only at the moment of life and death can one break through the limit. The thick and sturdy mystical iron door had an additional multicolored spider web. With such a powerful person lurking in the shadows, no one liked the feeling of having a thorn on their back. With a soft sound, the dark steel door shattered like a crisp biscuit. The furious roar of a wild beast exploded from the layers of wind curtains. Victor smiled bitterly. Nope. The primordial flame was very difficult to ignite, and the conditions to ignite it were very harsh. The degree of body tempering must be very high. My body, ha 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 ha. Therefore, there were also people who said that stupid people would light up the primordial flame, while smart people would comprehend the laws. Your young master can barely be considered a smart person. Ha ha ha, this is the only way. Just to defeat me? Previously, Tang Tian's null flames started from the part of his body that he had trained the most, his fists. But the human body was one body, and at that time the null flames were unable to unleash its true might. Until Tang Tian's body was tempered by laws and reached the conditions to ignite the null flames. Just now, after several consecutive divine punches, Shao Qin had drained the power of his flesh and blood. At the critical moment of life and death, coupled with his strong belief, it was like throwing a small ball of fire into a pile of dry firewood. She could not help but grip the hilt of her sword tightly. Her entire body shone brightly. Tang Tian muttered in his heart. He thought about energy transmutation. Energy transmutation was the symbol of a silver saint. Through a special transformation, the energy would undergo a qualitative change and become a higher level power. His own null flames was like energy transmutation. The power of the physique in his body would be stimulated and ignited, transforming into a higher level power. Ben San guessed that it was most likely that Ghost Face Mask's teacher was proficient in Gale, and thus Ghost Face Mask was familiar with it. Returning to the fort, De Lin anxiously went up to welcome him. "Uncle Ben's son!" All of the spectators' faces turned pale, their legs went soft. Ghost Face Mask looked to be in a sorry state. His entire body was covered in blood, but his body was still as straight as a spear. Yes, no matter how much the body is tempered, there will always be a limit. Activating laws uses the power of the physique, and the majority of laws follow the same rule. The stronger the technique, the stronger the power of the physique. Victor explained, if the technique requires power that exceeds the limit of the physique, what do? Countless of sages have gone through countless trials and found a solution, and that is to ignite the primordial flame. The wicker basket-sized light regiment entered the storm. Without a sound, it pierced through the layers of walls of wind. The berserk wind blades did not affect it at all. But what made him puzzled was that Ghost Face Mask was actually able to accurately find the position of the eye of the storm. Could it be that Ghost Face Mask has trained in Gale before? The wind around him suddenly disappeared. Countless of light beams seemed to be attracted by magnets and entered Tang Tian's right fist. That is, null flames. Su and Zhong laughed. For some reason, his heart was actually filled with anticipation. "Pa," he continued, "by igniting the primordial flame, the power of the physique in the body will transform into a completely new power. This power comes from the same source as the power of the physique, but it is of a higher level, more powerful, and can easily activate laws." The old power was gone, and the new power was born. Victor stretched his back and yawned. His eyes were drowsy. "Let's go. The show is over. We should go back to sleep." "Seriously, why are you tormenting me in the middle of the night and delaying my sleep? Can't we fight in the day?" A figure suddenly appeared beside the eye of the storm like a ghost and punched the eye of the storm. Bang! Like glass breaking. The eye of the storm instantly crumbled and disappeared. But only a few people present were able to acutely sense that the scales of the battle had quietly shifted. The mist dissipated, and the Mu, a residence, revealed its original appearance. When the two of them left, the formless pressure disappeared, and everyone who had witnessed the shocking battle suddenly became excited. and started to discuss enthusiastically. She was transforming. The footsteps broke the silence once again. Tang Tian walked to the blood-bare black flag and took out the tattered black flag. And Ghost Face Mask did not say a word and left without turning back, causing Ben's son to be even more surprised. The tall hurricane pillar in the sky seemed to have been sucked dry and started to crumble bit by bit. Countless of clouds poured down, surging and churning. The scene was extremely spectacular and astonishing. The entire Mu, a residence, was buried by the clouds. All of the spectators held their breaths. The entire West Street had sunk into silence. The eye of the storm, which was as transparent as glass, floated quietly in the air. That is the primordial fire origin. Tang Tian's entire body was covered in blood, but he did not feel anything. He only felt that the roar was extremely satisfying. Something in his body broke open, and threads of transparent gray flames spewed out from the deepest parts of his body and stuck to the surface of his body. Pa pa pa! Young Noble ignited the primordial fire origin. The beautiful maid asked curiously. Compared to the berserk power of the physique, the newly born power was much more peaceful and vast. It was as though there was a sea of flames in Tang Tian's body. It was pure and peaceful, yet surging and vast, and he could clearly feel the astonishing power contained within. Young Noble, what's wrong? The beautiful maid could not help but ask. Ben Sen's face finally changed. Ghost Face Mask in the storm was like a wild beast. He raised his head and roared. The aura around his body suddenly surged. But when he saw the gray flames surging from Ghost Face Mask's body, his mind buzzed. He punched out. That feeling is too wonderful. The roars that filled the sky suddenly stopped in front of the roar. Who will win and who will lose? That became the biggest question in everyone's mind. As expected, the faint blue light became more and more stable in the storm. It started to release a sharp aura, as though a sword had been polished, revealing a sharp and dazzling edge. Ben's son revealed a bitter smile. Su and Zhong also sensed that someone had ignited the primordial fire origin in the storm, but his gaze did not leave Han Bingning. Roaring into the sky, a formless shockwave exploded out with Tang Tian as the center, and all the wind blades around him were swept away. Primordial fire origin. The beautiful maid was confused. The powerful energy in his body, the fighting intent rising to its peak. Tang Tian became even more berserk. Noticing the blue light on Han Bingning's body becoming brighter and brighter, Su and Zhong's eyes revealed a look of joy. They could not see the battle inside the storm, and did not know what was happening inside. This guy is not simple. Is he the leader of the Null Division? He thought about the Null Division prisoners, and suddenly rejoiced in his heart. The Mu, or residence, only had Han Bingning, and he was snatched away. Primordial fire origin. Ghost Face Mask's background is definitely not simple. Inside his body was a sea of flames. Threads of null flames surged out from his body. Victor's face suddenly revealed a look of disbelief. Previously, Ghost Face Mask had said that he was here to defeat him, causing him to be extremely cautious, and felt that the other party was plotting something. But Ghost Face Mask had clearly won, but left without saying a word, causing Ben's son to believe what Ghost Face Mask had said previously. Bang! Ben's son, who was at the top of the tower, was like a statue. He still could not believe that his gale had been broken. The beautiful maid covered her mouth and chuckled. Ben's son could not hold on any longer. He sat on the ground, his face as white as paper, his entire body perspiring profusely. He truly did not retreat. Powerful. He did not say anything. He only walked to Han Bingning's side and carried Han Bingning, without turning back. Their figures became blurry and then disappeared. Delin's face changed. She was terrified. Uncle Ben's son, you're injured. Su and Zhong revealed a look of thought. After a moment, he turned and left. Victor's expression was filled with disbelief. Someone activated the primordial fire origin. The light aura around Han Bingning's body gradually dimmed, like a candle in the wind. It could be extinguished at any time. Su Injong himself trained in the sword, and knew that the most important thing to train in the sword was willpower, to be firm and to not have any distractions. If she did not hold on, she would definitely be greatly injured. But if she was able to hold on in the storm, she would definitely be reborn. She did not give up. Tang Tian raised both of his hands and looked at the gray flames that enveloped his entire body. In the past, his null flames only enveloped his arms. A trace of understanding surfaced in his mind. The null flames were flames formed from the combustion of the power of the physique. Han Bingning, who was on the verge of collapse, upon hearing the roar, her mind suddenly became clear, and her morale was greatly boosted. Bang, bang, bang. Suddenly, he saw two familiar figures from the corner of his eyes. It was Wei Han and Mu Zhe. Even the Qin family is unable to sit still? Chapter 717. Don't worry, someone will send it. Su Yi laughed. Su Injong shook his head. I don't know. Suddenly, Tang Tian opened his eyes and raised his 10 fingers. She walked towards the warehouse. But what shocked her the most was Ghost Face Mask. His body was covered in blood, but he was still proud. He didn't say a word, but there was an indescribable determination. Even when he carried the female subordinate away, he was still so calm. Oh, why? Su Yi smiled. Pa Han Bingning stood guard beside Tang Tian, one hand on the hilt of her sword, her expression vigilant. As long as Tai Xie dared to make a move, she would kill him. Su Yi laughed, and Zhong said difficult, and not impossible. Seems like Zhong's strength is much stronger than I thought. He couldn't help but feel happy. The clan had gained another expert, and at this critical juncture, it would be of great help. I don't understand either. Su Yi laughed, but thinking about it, his final goal is definitely to save the Null Division prisoners. That's right. Su Yi laughed. For Ghost Face Mask to be able to defeat Ben Sun, that is a huge threat. Furthermore, Ghost Face Mask was the leader of the Null Division, and as long as he was not dead, the prisoners would be hard to tame. On the contrary, as long as he saved the prisoners, it would increase Ghost Face Mask's strength. Would the Qin clan allow such a person to live? We also have the Null Division prisoners. Su Injong reminded Su Yi. The Qin clan would never be able to resist such temptation. Those who were brimming with talent always shone brightly, while those who used their strength to overcome tricks were mostly simple and unpretentious. Ben Sen's gale shook the heavens and earth. Its might was so great that the entire city could see it. The intensity of the battle between the two sides and the number of people watching was far greater than the last time. And on the second day, when Victor was drunk, he unintentionally mentioned that Ghost Face Mask had ignited his primordial fire origin, causing another heated discussion. All of the prisoners seemed to be walking the same path as Ghost Face Mask. They emphasized on tempering their bodies. For any family, this kind of seed would be excellent. Even if one's comprehension ability was extremely poor, with the support of such powerful flesh and blood energy, it was enough for him to display extraordinary power. When she came back to her senses, she realized that she had unknowingly walked to the door of the warehouse. Ghost Face Mask strength was reevaluated by everyone. To be able to escape unscathed from Gale, Ghost Face Mask strength was truly tyrannical. No one saw how Ghost Face Mask fought against Gale. Everyone's attention was on the primordial fire origin. Since the great Gale is broken, Ben Sun has lost, Su Injong said. Su Injong immediately understood. Search for the Ghost Face. Ghost Face Mask 1. Su Injong was extremely sure. Even when he was at home, his sword never left his body. The calm null flame sea in his body suddenly trembled. All the life origin essence were like meteorites falling from the sky, smashing into the null flame sea. Every strand of life origin essence caused raging waves in the sky. In that moment, the null flame sea in Tang Tian's body became extremely berserk. Su Injong knew that he was not smart and did not think much about it, but looked at Su Yi, This guy's mind is more than 100 times stronger than mine. Comprehending the laws could allow one to better utilize the laws. But the activation of the laws still required the power of the flesh and blood. Ghost Face Mask's understanding of laws might be shallow, but the astonishing power of the physique in his body allowed him to use his strength to break through. Of course, this kind of expert was not as amazing as Victor. Powerhouses like Victor, their understanding and usage of laws were as magnificent as art, stunning and amazing. Relax. Do you think Ghost Face Mask will die so easily? Su Yi said casually. He was able to defeat Ben's son, who gained enlightenment on Gale. Even if the 4 great generals were to take action, they might not be able to take him down. And as long as he obtains some subordinates, his strength will explode. He is finally not sleeping. Seems like the golden steel gravel is somewhat attractive to him. Ming Zhu laughed bitterly. Her thoughts were too ridiculous. Even at that moment, she could tell that Ghost Face Mask was the target of everyone. She could not help but feel sympathy for him. Isn't the Shui family surrounded by enemies as well? Ming Zhu was gratified, but for some reason, she felt a tinge of disappointment. If it is Ghost Face Mask, he will definitely not be tempted by such a small benefit. Ming Zhu reacted and laughed bitterly again. I have truly lost my mind today. She understood that the series of events that had happened in the past few days had caused her firm mental state to reveal a huge flaw. Ghost Face Mask definitely has a motive. Watch the show. If Ghost Face Mask dies, once the Qin family digests the 500 prisoners, we will be in trouble. Su and Zhong frowned to him. He felt that they should secretly help Ghost Face Mask. This question made Su and Zhong quiet for a moment. Then he replied, difficult. The Qin family and the Shui family exchanged for 200 prisoners from the Liu family. Su Yi laughed like the sun without any evil intent. With that, the number of prisoners in the Qin family's hands is around 400, close to 500. You must know that the total number of prisoners is less than 5,000, and the Qin family alone has 10% of them. Do you think that they will be willing to spit them out? The 2 of them had similar figures, but their strengths were vastly different. If only Ghost Face Mask can help the Shui family. Then tell me, what is the Qin family doing now? Su Yi asked. Without question, Ghost Face Mask was an expert. Just based on the fact that he could ignite his primordial fire origin, it was enough for him to become an expert. The setbacks in the great families caused her to be even more exhausted. Inside the warehouse, Tai Xie gasped for breath. Using his hammer to strike the black iron stones with all his might, he was a begrayed, infamous man. But now that he had become a laborer, he was about to cry. The impact of the battle was far greater than the previous time. The strength of the prisoners are average. Su and Zhong said, although the prisoners had outstanding physiques, but they did not understand any laws. Their martial techniques looked to be exquisite, but without laws as the axis, their might was far from it. When Ming Zhu returned to the Shui residence, she was in a daze. She had personally witnessed the intense battle in the Mu'er residence, and her state of mind had received a huge shock. At that moment, she truly understood that in the eyes of the powerful martial artists, the Shui family was just an ant. I'm not willing. Su and Zhong shook his head. He had seen the prisoners before. All of them had extremely good physiques. Su Yi asked, can you break Gale? Then we will give the prisoners to him. Su and Zhong said. Back at the warehouse, Han Bingning woke up, and upon seeing Tang Tian's entire body covered in blood, she almost raised her sword and rushed over. But luckily for Tang Tian, he immediately stopped her. The difficulty of igniting the primordial fire origin was not any easier than gaining enlightenment on Gale. It required tempering the body day after day, and it was a painstaking effort that could not be lazy. Victor was right when he said that fools could ignite the primordial fire origin. Those who could ignite the primordial fire origin were usually those who knew that their talents were ordinary, but were able to endure the dry and dull tempering. Tang Tian never thought that after absorbing the life origin essence, it would become so berserk. If it was only 200 people, the Qin family would be willing to spit them out, but if it was 500, the Qin family would definitely not spit them out, but would instead think of ways to purchase them. As long as they digested the 500 prisoners, the Qin family would ascend another level, and if the number of prisoners increased to 1,000, the Qin family would have the qualifications to become the #1 family in Xin domain. For some reason, she suddenly thought about Tang Tian. Suyi laughed. Don't worry too much. The ones who are anxious are not us, but the Qin family. 10 pitch-black spatial law threads that were like 10 soft blades slashed at the 10 golden steel gravel beads at the same time. Han Bingning bellowed coldly, causing him to quiver. He immediately picked up the steel hammer and smashed down ferociously. Sai. Qin family? Su and Zhong was surprised. He truly did not know, no matter how he looked at it, Ghost Face Mask did not have any reason to find Ben Senator unless it was truly like what Ghost Face Mask said, to defeat Ben Senator, but to Su and Zhong, this reason was child's play. He did not believe that a leader would be so child's play. Gale was an extremely famous technique and was the ultimate goal of every martial artist that trained in the Wind Blade. Such an ultimate killing technique actually appeared in Purple Cuckoo City. How could it not make their blood boil? Continue. The two brothers sat facing each other, forming an intense contrast. Su and Zhong had a tall and sturdy figure. Dressed in cotton clothes and straw sandals, his skin was rough. But Su Yi was a young master of an aristocratic family. Dressed in luxurious clothes, his actions elegant. The last time when Ben's son revealed his strength, it made countless people exclaim that he was hiding his strength, and this time Gale had pushed Ben Sen's reputation to a whole new level. I won't. Su and Zhong shook his head. All the clues in his mind gradually became clear. Then what do we do? Walking out of the door, she heard gasps of breath and the sound of a hammer striking a rock, which she was extremely familiar with. It was the sound of black ironstone shattering. Even so, there were very few who could ignite their primordial fire origin. In the blink of the eye, all of the golden steel gravel was broken by Tang Tian, and a large amount of life origin essence surged into Tang Tian's body, causing Tang Tian's face to change. They are an army. Su Yi reminded, then sighed. The Xin domain has not had an army for too long, and everyone has forgotten the might of an army. In truth, I am even looking forward to seeing how strong Ghost Face Mask's army is. Ming Zhu laughed involuntarily. All right, that Tang brat, is he sleeping again? Her gaze became resolute once again. She did not push open the door to disturb him and turned to leave. The power of the physique in his body had long undergone a qualitative change, and the consumption of spatial law threads previously was no longer a problem for him. He had always trusted his elder brother in front of him. Su Ye's face was pale white, his eyes as black as ink. He looked somewhat sick, as though he was extremely weak. But if anyone dared to look down on him, they would die a terrible death. What the citizens loved to discuss the most was who had won. The two of them did not say a word at the end, and it looked as though the battle was hard to determine the victor. But at the moment, he did not have the time to think about it. He focused on activating the null flames in his body and attempted to digest the life origin essence. Us. Su Yi laughed. Of course, we are here to watch the show. The golden steel gravel exploded. The life origin essence transformed into silver auras that entered Tang Tian's body. On Tang Tian's body, a thin layer of transparent gray null flames appeared, and the injuries on his body were healing at a speed visible to the naked eye. Around him, a circle of golden steel gravel floated quietly in the air. Why do you think Ghost Face Mask is looking for Bensun? Su Yi asked. Chapter 718. Victor scoffed. His pale white face revealed a tinge of red. Who can say that we gave it to him? As long as we tell Ghost Face Mask sneak attacked the Roland family, and the Roland family is also a victim. What can the Qin family say? I heard that he is called Tang Tian. No one had ever succeeded. The honorable martial continent was too strong. Roland, Sue stopped. Trouble? She understood Victor extremely well. His gaze was extremely shrewd and ruthless. His perception was extremely strong, and his mind was extremely nimble. He was present both times, and for him to come to such a conclusion, it meant that he had discovered something. But the time between the two battles was extremely short, and in such a short period of time, Ghost-Face Mask's improvement was astonishing. That is too terrifying. Although I was unable to stop Qin from bringing the prisoner away, but I still took the chance to do something insignificant and cause some trouble for Qin. That is how interesting it is. Victor's face revealed a frivolous smile. Lu Ling then was rejected by Xue Mingzhu and left the Xue residence not long after. Tai Xia, who was by his side, never appeared again. Xue Mingzhu's character is unyielding and is similar to you. If I am not wrong, Tai Xia has already been killed by Ghost-Face Mask. Roland Sue listened attentively and asked, "What strange aura?" The Xue residents had been begging people everywhere, and even came to the Roland family. Improvement in strength? Roland Sue could no longer maintain her composure, and revealed a look of shock. Roland Sue looked at Victor, a look of shock flashing past her eyes. "You're injured." Roland Sue remained silent. Roland Sue opened her eyes wide and asked in surprise, "You went to find Ben-san?" Ben-san said that he had never seen a person who desired victory so much, who disregarded everything. Victor's expression was complicated. Ben-san also said that Ghost-Face Mask could have killed him in the end. But Ghost-Face Mask did not do that. He only looked at Ben-san once and left. Ben-san suspects that Ghost-Face Mask's original intention was to challenge him. To break through himself, he is a lunatic. No. Roland Sue spat out the word. Her tone was calm, but resolute. "What?" Roland Sue exclaimed, her face revealing a look of disbelief. "What are you trying to say?" Roland Sue's gaze landed on Victor's face. A complicated look flashed past her eyes. "At the start, I thought that the reason why he could defeat Ben-san was because he ignited his primordial fire origin. But when I think about it, even if I ignite the primordial flame, I won't be able to defeat Gale," Victor said solemnly. "In terms of quality and quantity, origin power is much better than the power of flesh and blood. But Ben-san had already gained enlightenment on his law surface. If not, he would not be able to use Gale. His Gale used the power of heaven and earth, and it was endless. No matter how strong the source power was, it would not be able to compete with it. Furthermore, when they were fighting, I sensed a strange chi in Ben-san's Gale." Her curiosity was piqued. Victor was unrestrained and unrestrained, but he was extremely knowledgeable. If even he said that there was a strange aura, then it must be unusual. Sue's moist, red lips parted slightly, and her face was filled with shock. "Got it." Sue nodded. He didn't say anything and got up to leave. Victor laughed. The Roland family was soft on the outside, but hard on the inside. Just like Sue, they definitely could not accept becoming the vassal of another family. He looked at the woman in front of him. The familiar face and the memories of the past flashed through his mind. My family has already lost its courage. What they are thinking about is how to survive. To those old fellows, to be able to survive is enough. What does that have to do with anyone? When the Qin family throws out a bone, they will happily chase after it. Victor's tone was dejected. He raised his head and looked at Sue. But will the Roland family do that? Victor was not angry, but replied calmly, "Can the Roland family become someone else's vassal?" Ben-san saw how Ghost-Face Mask ignited his primordial flame. Victor's tone had an additional indescribable meaning. The strange fist technique had already exhausted Ghost-Face Mask's physical strength. But Ghost-Face Mask continued to release his fists. The blood in his body was boiling and spewing out from his pores. But he did not stop. He was like a ferocious tiger. The blood mist continued to spray out, and only after squeezing out the last bit of blood did he ignite his primordial flame. Victor's face was bitter. He raised the wine cup in front of him and drank it in one gulp. That's right, the idiots at home sold the prisoners to the Qin family. I fought with Qin Jin, and it was not easy for me to escape unscathed. That's right, we have been exiled for too long, and everyone has already gotten used to living with their backs bent. Victor said indifferently, How many years has it been since anyone went on the path of death? On the way back, the corpses of our ancestors must be very lonely. The saints of the honorable martial continent stationed at the Sindor, their blades and swords must have rusted. We have already lost our courage and bravery. As long as we live, it does not matter if there is no sunlight. Qin Jin is a person who does not need sunlight. But I am not, but I am afraid of pain, so I will be lazy and leave it to the brave people. He calmed himself down, and his gaze became gentle. The Shui family bought a male servant who is also a prisoner and should be Ghost Face Mask. Ghost Face Mask's escaping technique is spatial laws, and there is a man called Ping Shaoshan who is proficient in this technique. Ping Shaoshan has used many gold and steel threads, although he is very secretive, but he still left some traces. He is an expert in stealing threads. If I am not wrong, Ghost Face Mask's escaping technique was learned from Ping Shaoshan. Maybe. Victor smiled casually, but his pale and handsome face was suffused with a touch of spirit. However, it's worth the gamble, right? Come to think of it, we have nothing to lose. Such a good gamble, it's hard to come by. The Qin family will also find Ghost Face Mask. Roland, Sue reminded Victor. Sue was silent for a long time before she slowly said, So you're betting on him? So they will play dirty. Victor explained, the Liu family lost Taixie, and will definitely not accept it. The Liu family was stronger than the Qin family. They had countless experts. How could they let the matter rest so easily? To the Qin family, they only need Ghost Face Mask to die, and the Liu family to be the blade. Everyone will be happy. They can indeed find them. Victor chuckled. However, the manservants of the Shui residence are bought with money. The Shui family had always been extremely respectful to the Qin family, but this time, the Qin family had silently sold out the Shui family, and was already in the wrong. If they were to come and demand for the Ghost Face Mask, they would truly be bullying them. Given old Madame Shui's temper, it was possible that she would destroy everything indiscriminately. Without the Shui family, why would the Liu family hand over the 200 prisoners to them? Victor nodded his head. Only Benson knows what happened inside Great Gale. How was Great Gale destroyed? Only Benson knows. I want to know the answer. And the best way is to ask Ben. Senator Benson did not hide anything. He said that Ghost Face Mask used a fist technique, and that his fist technique was extremely strange. It was able to absorb the law threads in the surrounding space. I can't say. Victor's face congealed and said, I feel that was the key to him being able to destroy Great Gale, but that strand of aura was too strange. I have never sensed such an aura before. I wanted to understand it, so I secretly went to the Mu, or residence. Roland Sue was surprised. Ghost Face Mask is in the Shui family. The Qin family cannot say anything on the surface, but they will definitely settle the score. Roland Sue's expression was calm. Why? Is it because of that fist technique? Roland Sue could not help but ask. Gradually, the various families started to assimilate into the Sin domain, and their lives became more stable, and the number of people who went to the Sin door became fewer and fewer. In the past 10 years, no one had taken the path of corpses. Another realm? Give the Null Division prisoners to Ghost Face Mask. Victor placed his wine cup down. He did not avoid Roland Sue's gaze and said, We cannot let the Qin family complete their integration. If not, we will definitely not be able to live. Victor laughed, seeing the lively expression on Roland Sue's face. His mood immediately became joyous. That's right. The first time, he relied on his affinity with law threads to catch Benson off guard. His understanding of laws was very shallow, but this time his martial techniques have reached another realm. Oh, I only told the prisoners that Ghost Face Mask is still alive. Victor laughed happily. A dazzling light aura surfaced in his eyes. I even specially asked for the name of the male servant in the Shui residence and told them. When I was about to leave, Ben's son suddenly called out to me. Victor's tone became gloomy. He told me to never become enemies with Ghost Face Mask. Give them to Ghost Face Mask? Roland Su looked at Victor quietly, and then the Roland family will have to suffer the wrath of the Qin family. So, Roland Su followed up. Victor's expression became even more gloomy. Ghost Face Mask's fist technique only has one technique, but that technique contains countless of variations, and Ben's son suspected that Ghost Face Mask had condensed all of his variations into one fist. When he pulled back his fist, the law threads in the surrounding space would be attracted like magnets, and the space where the law threads were sucked out would completely freeze. The frozen space was extremely stable, and it was extremely difficult for his gale to break it. Ben's son had never seen such a fist technique before. This fist technique has an extremely high requirement for the power of the physique, and at the start, Ben Sen's gale was suppressing it. But who knew that at the crucial moment, Ghost Face Mask would ignite his primordial fire origin, and Gale was instantly destroyed. Roland Su listened in a daze and was speechless. Roland Su was silent for a long time, then said with difficulty, "No one has been able to barge through the firm road of Sindor." That's right. The indifference on Victor's face disappeared, and his expression became serious. I have personally witnessed Ghost Face Mask's 2 battles. This time, when Ghost Face Mask defeated Ben's son, many people thought that Ghost Face Mask was hiding his strength. But I could tell that he was not hiding his strength, but that his strength had improved. When they were just exiled, countless of families and people were not willing to be imprisoned, and they frantically charged into the Sindor, hoping to return to the sacred Saint Galaxy. The Honorable Martial Continent's martial artists guarded the Sindor, killing along the way. The road was filled with corpses and was hailed as the path of death. Roland Su became quiet. She understood what that meant. The Qin family already had more than 500 Null Division prisoners, and to the other families of the Purple Cuckoo family it was a disaster. Initially, the other families were able to fight against the Qin family, but after the Qin family digested the 500 Null Division prisoners, no one would be able to stop them. At that time, other than becoming the Qin family's vassals, the other families had no other choice. With Qin Zhen's unyielding personality, if they did not surrender, they would die. The 30-plus-year-old Roland Su was dignified and refined, revealing the charm of a mature woman. You bet that Ghost Face Mask will not die. Roland Su asked. Chapter 719. He explained, yes. Once a law surface is formed, it can project a force field. There are no undefeatable people. Tang Tian disagreed, and then asked curiously, is there anyone who can gain enlightenment on a law domain? The Plucking Clouds building was built beside the Shui residence, which naturally made the Shui family unhappy. But since Zhong Zhengyan Mei personally came to the residence to greet them, the Shui family could only acquiesce. Qin family? Tang Tian's eyes flashed with a trace of seriousness. It seemed that the Qin family had confirmed his identity. To Tang Tian, it was the perfect terrain. You said, this is called primordial flames? Tang Tian looked at the null flames enveloping his hand. Law surface? Like this? Han Bingning, who was by the side, suddenly spoke out. A light blue light sheet appeared in front of her. The light sheet was extremely thin. Like paper, upon its appearance, a cold and sharp aura immediately enveloped the entire place. Tang Tian brought Han Bingning and shuttled back and forth between the houses without a sound. Like a shadow, the Ping family's stealth techniques were displayed to perfection by him. He stuck close to the corners of the walls and followed the shadows, borrowing the cover of the houses to move forward. Suddenly, an extremely soft voice entered Tang Tian's ears. Master, someone is watching us. Too terrifying. They are from the Qin family. They are here to protect Master, to watch over Master, and not let Master leave. The ones who did it are from the Lu family. They are not from the Lu family. Tai Xie's face changed. If they were from the Lu family, he would feel that it was normal, but Lu Ling Nen would definitely not let it go so easily. Tai Xie's misty body quickly extended outwards. With regards to that, he did not care at all. Challenging Bensun, he wanted to use that method to make himself stronger and temper his mental state. He had nowhere to retreat, other than moving forward, other than fighting. He had no other forte. Although the Shui residents had declined, but they were once prosperous, and the buildings in the residence still showed how prosperous they were in the past. After turning and turning, Tang Tian felt dizzy, but luckily for him, the Plucking Clouds building was too eye-catching, and he could easily determine the direction. The two of them were completely unaware of the incoming danger. Wei Han and Mu Zhe would never have thought that someone would be able to hear their conversation from so far away. In order to prevent Tang Tian from escaping, the two of them chose this place. This building was the highest point in the area, overlooking the entire Shui residence. Tang Tian nodded encouragingly at her and disappeared like a wisp of smoke. Tai Xie spoke respectfully. This lowly one's lost surface projects a force field. As long as it is nighttime, this lowly one can be like smoke or water and change forms. In addition, as long as I use flowing night, I will be more sensitive to the vibrations in the air. Han Bingning concealed her aura and followed behind Tang Tian. However, the Qin family had never given up on this idea. The Qin family had always been obstructing the Shui family from recruiting experts in the dark. The Qin family knew very well that the Shui family had the Vajra silkworm's secret technique and would never lack money. Once the Shui residents recruited experts, the situation would become difficult to control. He had originally planned to use a few days to properly digest the gains from this battle, but he did not expect that the other party would actually come knocking on his door. Yes, upon gaining enlightenment on the spatial laws, they will form a law domain, and such a powerful martial artist is undefeatable. Tai Xie explained. That Tang Tian, is he truly Ghost Face Mask? Wei Han snorted. If I had to say, Patriarch is too cautious if we directly kill him, who would dare to say anything? Tang Tian did not have any fear, and did not want to retreat. Battles were never as one wished. Battles were always sudden, and there were no choices. But the determination and willpower to fight, the bravery and fearlessness, was the heavy axe in his hand. He carefully adjusted the direction of the pot's mouth. Such a structure allowed sounds to converge, allowing him to hear sounds from afar. The chaotic sound waves were filtered out by him, and the voices of the two people in the distant building gradually became clearer. He floated in the air, his entire body enveloped in the transparent gray flames, making him look like a god of war. Inside the warehouse, the primordial fire origin is formed from the release of primordial fire origin. To be able to form such a surging primordial fire origin, the origin force in Master's body had to be extremely terrifying. On a tall building not far from the Shui residence, Mu Zhe and Wei Han stood guard, the two of them occasionally gazing at the Shui residence. Then let's begin. So what? Wei Han sneered. As long as the two of us work together, I don't believe we can't take him down. Tai Xie's figure swayed. His figure immediately became blurry and faded. In the blink of the eye, he became a regiment of smoke, and after a while he became a pool of liquid. Aside from spatial laws, the Ping family's stealth techniques had many other techniques, all of which were professional techniques that had gone through countless trials and tribulations. In truth, in the process of stealth, they would rarely use spatial laws. Tang Tian floated to the window, and through the crack of the window, he looked towards the direction that Tai Xie had pointed out. As expected on the tall building, there were two indistinct figures. The building was called Plucking Clouds Building, constructed by the Qin family, and its initial purpose was to monitor the Shui residents. On the surface, the Qin family had been protecting the Shui residents, but in the dark they had other intentions. The wealth of the Shui family was something that the Qin family had coveted for a long time. But the relationship between the previous generation of the Shui family was extremely good, and if they were to swallow the Shui family, it would be extremely ugly. In the blink of an eye, a large pot made of mist floated in the air. "Yes, master." Tai Xia replied respectfully. In Sin domain, the strong were respected. The last time he fought with Tang Tian, he was still unconvinced, but facing Tang Tian, who was like a god of war, he did not have any thoughts of resisting. On the tall building in the southeast direction, there are two people. Tai Xia said. Suddenly, a voice came out from the front. "Who?" A beautiful figure appeared on the other side of the light screen. Tang Tian pointed to the top of the pavilion and said softly, "You stay here to ambush. I will circle behind them." "It's slightly far." Tai Xia was excited. "I finally have a chance to show off. I have to do it well. I must let the master see my strength and value, and quickly struggle out of my identity as a laborer." Hearing Tai Xia's explanation, Tang Tian nodded his head. "Origin Force? That's a good name. Using law threads to gain enlightenment on law surfaces. Interesting. Could it be that the final stage is to gain enlightenment on the law space? Projecting force field." Han Bingning was confused. Tang Tian was startled. The smile on his face disappeared. He gestured to Han Bingning and asked softly, "Where is it?" "The patriarch naturally has his own considerations," Mu Zhe said leisurely. "Furthermore, as long as we do not let him escape. If someone is willing to do it, that will be great. That way, we will not be blamed for anything. And can you defeat Benson? That Gale is not ordinary. Ghost Face Mask Man's strength cannot be underestimated." Tang Tian did not hesitate. His killing intent surged. He took out the ghost face mask and wore it. The night was long, and to Wei Han and Mu Zhe, they did not have any problems with their physical strength, but it was somewhat boring. Wei Han could not sit still, and decided to train with his blade, while Mu Zhe enjoyed his tea by the window. Han Bingning nodded his head, and could not help but grip the sword hilt in his hands tightly. The life and death battle had given him a huge growth, and the current Tang Tian was brimming with confidence and fighting intent. "I will go and kill them." To his left and right were walls of light, trapping him. Tai Xia, who was brimming with fighting intent, quickly found his target. The battle with Ben Sun was just the prelude. In Tang Tian's plan, what followed next would be a series of battles. He wanted to use battle after battle to save everyone. Ming Zhu, who had a face full of killing intent, saw the mask behind the light screen, and as though he was struck by a technique, he was stunned. It was Tai Xia's self-created surveillance technique, sound receiver pot, and had achieved many miraculous results. He told Tai Xia everything that he knew. Tang Tian slowly opened his eyes. He felt that he was like an inflated balloon. The life origin essence was like a mist that permeated into his body and then transformed into null flames. Tang Tian felt his entire body becoming hot. As long as he moved, the overflowing power in his body would become restless. Tai Xia's expression froze as he swallowed his saliva, as expected. Geniuses only play with geniuses, and perverts are only friends with perverts. Tai Xia looked at Tang Tian with a face of worship. That's right, it was a face of worship. "I will help you," Han Bingning said without hesitation. Tang Tian turned left and right, and under the cover of the eaves, he arrived at the end of the corridor, which was a pavilion. The pavilion was situated in the center of the man-made lake, and was the most spacious place in the residence. The primordial fire origin in Tang Tian's body was like a volcano erupting, and even though they were separated by a few meters, Tai Xia could feel the surging primordial fire origin chi. Because the moment the law thread broke through the space, it would produce a slight undulation, which could easily alert the enemy. Tang Tian's eyes blurred, and he entered an inner residence, which made Tang Tian feel as though he was walking into a palace. Tai Xia was frightened by the two's killing intent, and before he could even react, the two of them had disappeared. He was dumbstruck. Who is the fierce one here? Why do I feel that the two of them are even fiercer than me? In Sin Domain, there were two signs of being a top-notch expert. One was to gain enlightenment on a law surface through law threads, and the other was to ignite the primordial fire origin and convert the power of the physique in the body into origin force. It was not that he had never seen a powerful martial artist that ignited the primordial fire origin, but he had never seen a powerful martial artist with such a surging primordial fire origin. Tang Tian was like a wild beast, patiently and slowly approaching his enemies. The constructions in the residence provided him with a good cover. Although the Shui residence was unable to stop the Qin family from building the Plucking Clouds building, but they could build it however they wanted. To prevent the Plucking Clouds building from overlooking the place, the Shui residence had erected tall walls, wide and short eaves. The roads in the residence were built with pavilions, using the pavilions to block anyone's line of sight, and there were very few empty spaces in the residence. Most probably the strongest martial artists have them. Tai Xia hesitated. This lowly one is not too sure either. Let me try. Tang Tian was immediately excited. Be it Heaven's Road or Sacred Saint Galaxy, their battles were all energy clashes and were not as unpredictable as the Sin Domain. He did not mind as long as the direction was correct. He would be able to walk out, and if there were no roads, he would just go through the windows. Tang Tian was startled. Before he could react, a light wall appeared in front of him, and just at that moment, an undetectable undulation came out from behind him. He immediately turned back, and, as expected, a light wall had appeared behind him. Less bullshit, just stand guard. Mu Zhe could not be bothered to argue with Wei Han, and continued to enjoy his tea. Tang Tian asked curiously, "What force field is your law surface projecting?" Holding on to the heavy axe, he chopped off the enemy's head. Tang Tian opened his eyes wide, his face filled with excitement. This is too fun. Chapter 720. His gaze fell on the pavilion by the artificial lake of the Shui Manor. The distance there was perfect for him to display his skills, and there was no way to set up an ambush in the surroundings. The only possible place to set up an ambush was that pavilion. As he rushed forward, Mu Zhe pulled his bow and a light arrow appeared on the bowstring. Ming Zhu's face immediately turned red. She was secretly angry. How can Ghostface Mask barge into a girl's room? Gritting her teeth, she mustered up her courage and followed him in. There was someone in the water. Tang Tian never thought that he would barge into Ming Zhu's residence. Ming Zhu's body froze. Her face changed. Plucking Clouds building, Qin family. Ghostface Mask wants to take action against the Qin family. Wei Han was practicing with his saber. The saber light was like water, continuous and uninterrupted. His saber technique was sinister and strange. It was like a venomous snake spitting out its tongue, and it always attacked from the most inconceivable angles. A faint black color twined around the saber light that was as bright as water, as if it was shrouded by the night fog. Tang Tian pointed at the walls of light around them. An unprecedented sense of danger enveloped him, and the aura of death was so close to him. At the moment of life and death, Wei Han did not hesitate and threw out the silver blade in his hand. As soon as the silver knife left his hand, it turned into a mass of black fog. The black fog roared and turned into a snake, raising its head and baring its fangs. The bow shattered into pieces like an ice sculpture. Mu Zhe spat out a mouthful of blood and retreated in panic. Oh! Ming Zhu subconsciously removed the wall of light, and when she regained her senses, the wall of light had already been removed, causing her face to change. These walls of light were special natural law restrictions, used as a warning. They were things left behind in the past. Boom! She bit her lips, trying desperately to calm herself down. When did Ghostface Mask enter the Shui residence? Why did he want to attack Plucking Clouds Tower? Suddenly, she thought about how Ghostface Mask spoke to her casually as though they were old acquaintances, and her mind trembled. Could it be? She had just rushed out of the room when she heard a loud crash. She turned back in shock and saw that the towering, Plucking Clouds tower had been cut in half and was collapsing towards the Shui residence. The saber light in Wei Han's hand swept out, and the stones and bricks in front of him flew back as if they were slapped by an invisible hand. But in the next moment, Wei Han's pupils suddenly widened as a multicolored ball appeared in front of him. Ming Zhu shuddered, her face as white as paper. Tang Tian rushed in like a gust of wind. After entering, he was at a loss. Wait a minute. Why is Ghost Face Mask in the Shui residence? However, the moment he paused, the broken rocks behind him rained down on him. Which direction was it to Plucking Clouds restaurant? Mu Zhe's face changed. The shrill of the ice crystals was terrifying. What made him even more afraid was that those ice crystals actually contained a faint sword intent. They were countless ice crystal swords. Tang Tian, who had entered battle mode, had an unusual coldness about him. Mu Zhe, who flew out of the building, moved like a swallow. The Plucking Clouds tower behind him tilted, but countless of broken stones and bricks shot towards him like a torrential rain. Wei Han's pupils dilated. Before he could beg for mercy, his head flew high into the air. The pavilion was blown to smithereens. There was no ambush. Countless ice crystal swords exploded into fine powder. The broken light scattered like mist. Without another word, she ran in the direction of the warehouse. Just as he was about to rush out of the building, Wei Han sensed something. A sense of danger rose in his heart. All of the hairs on his body stood. A series of blade lights shot forward. He forcefully held the bow in front of him. Ding, a crisp sound came out, and an extremely cold sword concept entered the bow. He raised his finger, and spatial law threads that could not be seen with the naked eye coiled around Wei Han's neck. Bang! Ming Zhu's face was so red that it looked like it was about to bleed. No one had ever been to her room before, and she did not like people to clean it, so it was extremely messy inside. The Shui family was originally extremely wealthy, and she did not have any other hobbies, so all of her pocket money was invested in this area. It was a pity that she had to be in charge of the Shui family and could not dress casually and had to dress simply and elegantly, but in her heart she was still extremely fond of the beautiful and exquisite things. The cold aura was like a star that suddenly appeared. What surprised her was that a gray figure swept past her. The ghost face mask did not have any intention to make a move on her. The footsteps behind him made Tang Tian feel like he was his savior. Ming Zhu fiercely slapped her own face. What's wrong with me today? Why am I so absent-minded? Why can't I think before speaking? Could it be that he was too tired? Plucking Clouds building? Ming Zhu was startled once again. She subconsciously pointed to her right. Over there! The multicolored light ball and the black mist snake clashed. Mu Zhe's face was ashen. He moved like lightning with his bow in hand. Damn it! Mu Zhe twisted his waist. His body was like a snake without bones. He suddenly faced downwards and released the bowstring in his hand. No one noticed Tang Tian's approach. Regardless of whether it was Wei Han or Mu Zhe, they would never have thought that the ghost face mask would take the initiative to attack. Even if the ghost face mask could defeat Ben's son. But to the two of them, the lone ghost face mask was unable to do anything. The Qin family had killed many famous and powerful martial artists in the shadows, and the two of them were people who were used to such situations and naturally did not care about a mere ghost face mask. As long as one had a bit of brain, they would not make such a suicidal choice. The terrifying power exploded from beneath his feet. This coldness was not only towards his enemies, but also towards himself. He did not feel the origin force surging in his body. His state of mind was extremely focused. His movements, breathing, heartbeat were not affected at all, and every movement was perfect. Ming Zhu, who had calmed down, started to feel uneasy. Just at that moment, a shocking change occurred. Please remove this, thank you. Ghost Face Mask had infiltrated the Plucking Clouds building from the Shui residence. As long as the Plucking Clouds building suffered any losses, the Qin family would have an excuse to intervene. Then the Shui residence. Mu Zhe turned to face the plucking clouds building, and coincidentally saw Wei Han rushing out in a sorry state. The silver blade in her hand had disappeared. Mu Zhe's heart jumped. He took a deep breath, and once again pulled his bow. Tang Tian did not give her time to think. Where is the plucking clouds building? Why? Bang! Ming Zhu's heart surged with a cold intent. The Xue family had lived under the Qin family's shadow for so many years, and the Qin family's strength had left a deep impression in her heart. She dared to go against the Qin family's will because the matter of selling the Xue family to the Lu family could not be revealed. But she knew that as long as the Qin family had something to use against them, the Qin family would not hesitate to swallow the Xue family. It was the first time that Wei Han felt fear in his heart. The explosion beneath his feet contained a power that was not fake, but in such a situation he was still able to quietly lay down a killing technique. His methods were too high, too terrifying. A scalp-numbing shriek suddenly came out from behind him, causing Mu Zhe's soul to leave his body. He had used up all of his techniques, and the power of the physique in his body had a momentary gap. All of a sudden, the space around them began to change. Wei Han's screams came out from behind, causing Mu Zhe to tremble. Such a chaotic situation was the most suitable for the enemy to launch sneak attacks. Mu Zhe was not proficient in close combat and needed to first leave the chaotic battlefield. As long as I widen the distance, I'll let you suffer my rage. But she was surprised in her heart. Ghostface Mask spoke to her so casually, as though the two of them knew each other. By the time she reacted, Ghostface Mask had already disappeared. Wei Han loved to fight and had an explosive temper, but when he started training with his blade, his temperament would suddenly change, becoming extremely cold and strange. The light arrow flashed and entered the ice crystal sword rain. Mu Zhe's body trembled like a sieve. The expression on his face froze, and his body quickly turned into an ice sculpture. The ice crystal swords continued to shoot out. Bang! The ice sculpture shattered. Sneaking into the plucking clouds building, Tang Tian quietly moved closer. He had just broken through, and his state of mind and willpower was at its peak. Even the slightest movement would cause the overflowing origin force in his body to fluctuate. A cold intent surged up Wei Han's spine. He finally saw clearly in front of him. There were a few fine strands of law threads interweaving, sealing his path forward. Now it's time to counterattack. Bang! Countless of ice crystals flew out from the surface of the lake, like a torrential rain. They shot towards Mu Zhe, who was in the air. In the sky, Tang Tian appeared behind Wei Han like a ghost. The thin black mist on his blade aura had disappeared, and the surrounding space seemed to have frozen. Wei Han was shocked. He screamed out, "Enemy!" He only felt the ground trembling. His entire being felt as though he was riding on clouds. His mind jumped. The building was collapsing. The bricks and wooden beams beneath his feet shot towards him like raindrops. Mu Zhe relaxed. He increased his speed, and in the next moment he appeared above the man-made lake. If I had crashed into it, I would have been sliced into pieces. Wei Han did not care about the result. He used all of his strength and pounced towards the left. A light aura flashed. He was like the most outstanding predator, quietly bringing his prey into his attack range. The continuous stream of ice crystal swords suddenly flew out from the water behind him. Like raindrops, they struck his back. Before Mu Zhe could even heave a sigh of relief, a cold aura broke through the mist. Without the protection of the light wall, in front of the ghost face mask, he did not have any strength to retaliate and was like a lamb waiting to be slaughtered. What happened to me just now? Wait a minute. That direction is my room. The calm and tranquil artificial lake beneath him suddenly exploded without warning. The cold and sharp sword concept pressed straight towards Mu Zhe's eyebrows. Mu Zhe's face changed again. Almost without thinking, Wei Han's body flashed, and he flew out. Ding, ding, ding. You are truly a mess. Under the immense pressure from the Qin family, The ghost face mask could only struggle bitterly. Take the initiative to attack the Qin family? How foolish is that? Although the law threads were extremely thin, but they were extremely sharp, and in the chaotic situation, it was difficult to detect them. Figures flew everywhere. Screams and roars could be heard, causing Ming Zhu's face to lose all color. Hearing Tang Tian's words, Ming Zhu's face immediately burned up. At that moment, she wished that there was a hole in the ground for her to crawl into. For a lady's room to be evaluated like that, Ming Zhu was extremely ashamed. Ming Zhu was startled. Sparks flew everywhere. A few blade auras were sliced into two by something sharp. The room inside was extremely huge, filled with shoes, clothes, and countless of women's products. It was like a small-scale warehouse, causing Tang Tian to be dazzled. He had to be extremely careful to not knock anything over. What was worse was that there were rows and rows of clothes racks, shoe cabinets, wooden chests, forming a maze. Wait a minute, plucking clouds building. Tang Tian's face was at a loss. As far as his eyes could see, there were all sorts of clothes and shoes, sparkling and shining accessories, causing Tang Tian to lose his sense of direction. Chapter 7:21. The robust man's body was like a statue. He did not move, and after a few seconds, blood started to flow out of his pores, and the robust man fell to the ground. "Do you know the way?" Tang Tian asked. Just at that moment, more elites gathered on the city walls, and a bone-chilling order came out. "Break through!" Tang Tian stood at the front without hesitation. "Lead the way." "What's with the ruckus?" "I'm not dead yet. That's a good thing." Tai Xia was already prepared. Upon seeing that the situation was not right, he immediately ran. He had followed the Lu family to live a better life. As a great infamous man, there were many people who wanted his life, but he had always been living well. It was a robust man with a trident, his entire body lit up with a yellow light aura that extended from his feet to the ground. Tang Tian immediately understood. The opponent's laws were definitely related to the earth, and his strength was extremely strong. The old granny said, "Immediately send people to find him." He was extremely shocked. He had coincidentally witnessed the battle in Plucking Cloud's building. The master's ferocity was truly terrifying. Before Ben's son revealed his strength, the Qin family's 4 great generals were even more famous than Ben's senator bewitching Blade Wei Han. Chasing light Mu Zhe, many people had lost to them, but were killed in Plucking Cloud's building. No wonder the Roland family extended an olive branch to the master. After a while, the servant came back to report, "Tang Tian is not here." He was like a cannonball that smashed into the crowd. The powerful impact caused a few figures to fly out. Ping Shaoshan was a local tyrant and was extremely familiar with Purple Cuckoo City's terrain. He brought everyone through the streets and alleys. But very quickly, Ping Shaoshan sensed something. His face changed. "Master, they have sealed the streets." Tai Xie stopped in his tracks, his expression fluctuating. For some reason, he had a faint premonition that Ghost Face Mask was much stronger than he had imagined, and the Null Division was much stronger than anyone could imagine. But the elites of the Qin family were all powerful people, and their strength far surpassed ordinary martial artists. Blades, swords, spears, tridents, all of them came from different angles. The undulations of laws caused people's hearts to jump. His right fist did not have any changes as he punched out. What made him even more excited was the master's final move, the Ping family's stealth technique Law Thread. Ming Zhu was in a daze. She finally understood why Ghost Face Mask spoke to her in such a casual and familiar tone. Tang Tian was actually Ghost Face Mask. Tai Xie laughed bitterly. "I want to stay in the warehouse if I land in the Qin family's hands. I will be hanged to death. It is safer to follow Master." "Ming Zhu, what's going on?" Granny Shui asked in a deep voice. All of the Qin family elites were overwhelmed with shock. Without hesitation, Tang Tian rushed forward with all his might, with Han Bingning and Tai Xie protecting him. In that moment, no one was able to stop him. Upon seeing this, The bulky man did not dodge. He let out a furious roar and unleashed his strength, causing the pitchfork in his hand to glow brightly. A mountainous aura surged forward. Tang Tian extended his arms, his 10 fingers opened up, and 10 sharp spatial law threads formed into a death net. Wherever it passed, blood and flesh would fly. The guess in her heart was confirmed, but Ming Zhu's face was still filled with disbelief, and she was speechless for a long time. The other ladies looked at each other in dismay. They were overwhelmed with shock. No one had expected that the ghost face mask that had shaken the entire city would actually be in the residence, and was actually the Tang Tian who was always sleeping and looked down on by everyone. But in terms of strength, when had Tang Tian ever been weaker than anyone? From the collapse of Plucking Cloud's restaurant to the 2 of them being killed, it had only been a blink of an eye. Especially Han Bingning, the ice beauty, looked like she did not have any schemes, but she actually knew how to hide in the man-made lake. Terrifying. Without turning back, Tang Tian warned her. He strode forward and walked towards the alley. The Granny Shui was known for her might. With a shout, the servants in the residence immediately kept quiet. Only their faces were filled with fear. But Ghost Face Mask is only one person. Shui Yan said softly. In a small alley not far from the Shui residence, Tang Tian asked, "Is what you said true?" "Fire the arrows." Ming Zhu's hands and feet turned cold. She stared blankly at the messy Shui residence, her mind in a blank. But he still did not think that Ghost Face Mask could win against Wei Han and Mu Zhe, although he had relied on the Lu family. But he had done research on the tyrants of the various cities and knew them like the back of his hand. The 4 great generals of the Qin family were extremely strong, and the number of people that died in their hands were countless. Qin Zhen had rarely appeared in the past few years because there was no need for him to do so. Old Granny Shui walked out with the support of a servant. Upon seeing the chaotic scene, she bellowed. Old Granny Shui's face was calm as she instructed, "Go take a look at the warehouse." "I'll go too." Tai Xie's voice came out. He jumped down from the stone wall of the alley. Ming Zhu regained her senses. Her face was still pale white, but she still explained everything that had happened. Bang! Everyone's attention was roused. "That's right," the old granny said. "He killed 2 of the Qin family's great generals, and we are no longer at peace with the Qin family. If we can obtain his help, we will be much safer. I know that all of you are worried about falling out with the Qin family, but now it is not about whether we want to or not. The Qin family will definitely take action against us, so don't even think about it." Tang Tian's face turned cold. The situation was chaotic. All sorts of laws undulated chaotically, and it was most suitable to use the Ping family's stealth techniques. His figure flashed and appeared beside the robust man like a ghost. "Yes, this address is indeed the Roland family's mine," Ping Xiaoshan said respectfully. The old granny's gaze swept across everyone, causing them to lower their heads. A sound that shook the entire place came out. The robust man's body trembled. The front half of his bronze trident was bent. The fist and the bronze trident clashed. Regardless of which city he was in, he would be able to live comfortably. Hiding himself in the darkness was his forte. Everyone's faces changed again. Tang Tian took a deep breath. His legs suddenly exerted strength, his entire being shot out like a cannonball, rushing towards the group of people. Even though Ghost Face Mask had defeated Bensun, but that was only a spar. If it was a real battle, the possibility of Ghost Face Mask being killed was much higher. Without witnessing the actual Battle of Gale, Tai Xie made a conservative estimate. In that moment, everyone fell into a strange silence. "This lowly one is definitely not lying," Ping Xiaoshan immediately said. "Just now, this lowly one was preparing to report to Master. Suddenly, a lady blocked my path. She said that she is from the Roland family and is willing to gift the null division in her hands to Master. It is inconvenient for Master to do so." He had only watched the battle between Ghost Face Mask and Bensun from afar, but the strength of Gale had shaken his soul. And Ghost Face Mask actually won. which made him feel that it was inconceivable. Is that fist technique really that powerful? When Tang Tian first unleashed God Fist, Taixia immediately sensed that a terrifying danger was approaching and chose to surrender without hesitation. Ghost Face Mask's vigorous origin force caused him to be convinced. Just the vigorous origin force alone was enough for him to run amok in a region. When Tang Tian turned his head, revealing the greenish-black Ghost Face Mask, the Qin family elites' faces changed, and without saying a word, they blew their whistles. The sharp whistles resonated out. The surrounding Qin family elites all rushed over. Xiao Yao suddenly realized a problem. About that. Where is Tang Tian? Lead the way. Tang Tian's face flashed with excitement. Han Bingning followed by his side without hesitation. No, that is not strange. The Qin family's prestige in Purple Cuckoo City is too strong, and no one dares to openly fight with them. Now that someone dares, isn't that a good thing? The group of them had just walked out of the alley when they heard a shout. Stop! Check! The streets outside were in chaos. The Plucking Clouds restaurant had made such a huge commotion. Most likely the Qin family had already found out. Ping Xiaoshan also knew that time was of the essence. Master's battle had completely infuriated the Qin family, and there was no room for negotiation. The Qin family will use all means to deal with Master. Madam, are you talking about Ghost Face Mask? Ming Zhu was also confused. In this period of time, you guys have visited many families, right? But what was the result? Is there anyone willing to lend a hand? Old Granny Shui coughed lightly and broke the silence. Follow me. Everyone in the Shui residence who were alarmed by the commotion all ran out, and upon seeing the terrifying scene, many of the ladies screamed out in fear, causing the entire Shui residence to be in chaos. Xiao Yao, Shui Yan, and the rest who were slightly more knowledgeable all had pale faces. It was the Plucking Clouds restaurant, the Qin family's Plucking Clouds restaurant. Clang, clang, clang. Ping Xiaoshan pointed to the alley. Out of the alley is the main street. We need to go through the main street and rush out of the city gates, and then we will be safe. Do not fly in the air. The city gates have traps that are specially made to deal with air attacks. With Wei Han and Mu Zhe joining hands, Black Ben's son could only return in defeat. The 4 generals of the Qin family were all experts, and Qin Zhen had spent countless of effort to rope them in. Although the 4 of them did not have the surname Qin, but Qin Zhen had entrusted them with heavy responsibilities, and the 4 of them held extremely high positions in the Qin family, and all the Qin family's sons and nephews had to greet them respectfully. Let's go. Tang Tian nodded his head and did not ask further. Roland family? Tang Tian muttered to himself. A few waves of power came from the law threads in his hands, causing Tang Tian's fingers to go numb, and the law threads in his hands broke. But the result of the battle caused Taixia's eyeballs to almost drop to the ground. Tang Tian raised his head. His ghost face was sinister, his eyes were blood red, and his killing intent soared to the sky. Tang Tian looked at Taixia in surprise. I know. Ping Xiaoshan licked his lips. No matter how stupid or fearful a person was, they knew that the battle had opened the curtains to the chaos in Purple Cuckoo City. To be able to personally participate in such a huge matter, he realized that he was somewhat nervous, somewhat excited, but not afraid. Alone? The old lady shook her head. He is not alone. Don't forget, behind him, there is still the Null Division, although his subordinates are not around. But I heard that they are loyal and devoted to him, and once he has them, his strength will definitely soar. Now that he is in trouble, we have no way out. Helping him means helping ourselves. Go and ask around, find those people that we are familiar with, and see which family has the Null Division prisoners. Buy. Pay 10 times the price. If 10 times is not enough, pay 100 times. At this time, do not be worried about money. Spend it all. It is better than landing in the hands of the Qin and Lu families. The old lady spoke very slowly, but it was extremely resolute and decisive, causing Ming Zhu and the rest to raise their heads, their faces filled with confusion. To them, it was a calamity for the Shui family, and the Qin family was still worried about not being able to find an excuse or reason. But now that they had such a valid reason, they would definitely take action without hesitation. Boom! Chapter 722. The majestic city gates disappeared, and in everyone's eyes was a 60 wide gap. He thought about Han Bingning, Tai Xie, and Ping Shaoshan behind him. Just at that moment, a roar suddenly came out. Tang Tian saw that the situation was bad. If the Origin Force were to lose control, then he would not even need to die under the light arrows, and would be torn to shreds by the Berserk Origin Force. All the changes that he did not dare to imagine in the past were all added in by Tang Tian. It was Qin Zizhen's law imprint. Every archer unit elite carefully opened their arrow boxes, and from the innermost layer of the box, they took out a metal arrow that was covered with patterns. All of the arrows were as thick as a finger. The body of the arrow was covered with intricate patterns. Layer upon layer, there were no feathers. The cold light at the tip of the arrow was oppressive, and one could faintly see the mist inside. But this time the Origin Force in his body was too turbulent. It was like a raging tide, frantically attacking Tang Tian's state of mind. Since they were unable to escape, then they could only use this method to help everyone block the rain of arrows. Qin Zizhen's aura was firmly locked onto Ghost Face Mask. The treasure bow in his hand was slowly pulled back, revealing a dazzling silver arrow on the bow. On both sides of him, the archer unit elites moved in unison. Tang Tian's eyes were wide open. He could feel the intense, destructive aura from the arrows. The arrow lights shot from all directions, sealing off all the space they could dodge to. The extreme sense of danger made him feel like a cat that had its tail stepped on, causing his hair to stand on end. He subconsciously wanted to break the space and escape, but they were definitely unable to defend against the terrifying arrows. Qin Zizhen's face became even colder. The warmth in his eyes quickly retreated. He pulled the bow to its fullest. His body was like a boulder, not moving an inch. On both sides of him, all the archer unit elites had the exact same posture as him. It was an extremely precious, law-breaking arrow. Tang Tian's face changed. The law imprint had entered his heart. Qin family treasured bow. Its name shook the entire Xin domain. Tang Tian picked up Ping Shaoshan, who was completely stunned. He bellowed and rushed out of the city. Suddenly, a dark blue law imprint entered Tang Tian's body like a specter. The corners of Qin Zizhen's mouth curled up into a cold smile, and the archer unit elites all got into position. The archery department's weapons were not the Qin family bows that appeared in the market, but the Qin family overlord bow. The Qin family produced the tyrant's bloodwood. This wood grew extremely slowly and was harder than black iron. Its entire body was blood red, and there were black flame patterns on it. It was the best material for a bow. However, its production was extremely low, and the Qin clan viewed it as a treasure. The concentrated sounds of impact were like one. Tang Tian's body trembled like a sieve, but his fists were unusually stable. This wasn't the first time Tang Tian had encountered such a situation. He knew that it didn't matter what kind of attack his body endured. But once he lost control of his fist, the surging origin force in his body and the law threads that he had absorbed would cause his body to crumble. In the blink of an eye, the arrow light collided with the expanding frozen space. Because the archer had sealed the law imprint in the arrow, it complemented the archer, making the arrow incredibly powerful. Tens of arrow auras, like raindrops, shot towards Tang Tian. In his previous battle with Ben Sen, Tang Tian had realized that activating the God Fist to form a frozen space could be used as a protective barrier. The archers on the city walls made Tang Tian feel an intense sense of danger. The other families of the Purple Cuckoo City were afraid of the Qin family's might, other than Qinzhen. There was also the archer unit. The Qin family's archer unit was extremely powerful and had achieved many miraculous feats. Tang Tian's body trembled. His entire body felt numb. What made Tang Tian's face change was that the origin force in his body was actually unable to dissolve the sinister law imprint. It was like a dark blue barracuda, trying its best to drill into Tang Tian's body. Upon leaving the bowstring, the arrow's light aura burst forth. The light aura seeped out from the arrow's body. The light aura that seeped out became even brighter. The entire arrow was enveloped. The flowing light was like lightning, and the whistling sound trembled. Who knew that the opportunity will come so quickly? The more laws the fist technique absorbed, the more space it could freeze, and the stronger its defense. He allowed the group of archers to train in different archery techniques, and pondered on how to form an effective coordination between them. Qin Zhen had praised Qin Zizhen more than once, and appointed him as the commander of the archer unit. Qin Zizhen did not disappoint Qin Zhen's expectations, although the Xin domain army studies had been lost for many years. But in the Qin family's collection, there were still some contents. The archer unit grew stronger day by day. Upon hearing of Uncle Mu's death, Qin Zizhen decided to take revenge for Uncle Mu. Damn it! I gambled wrongly. Upon receiving the order, Qin Zizhen immediately sealed the city gates. His heart was still filled with shock. He was extremely clear of Uncle Wei and Uncle Mu's strength. But Ghostface Mask was actually able to kill the two of them, which meant that his strength was far greater than what they had estimated. His lips that were on the bowstring opened slightly and spat out two words. Han Bingning and Tai Xie seemed to have awoken from a dream, and immediately followed. The Qin family had specialized archery techniques that many people trained in, and the most famous one was Mu Zhe, but very few people knew that there was another person in the Qin family whose archery techniques were not inferior to Mu Zhe, and that was Qin Zizhen. Qin Zizhen was tall and had long arms. His expression was cold and stern, his gaze sharp. He was a low-profile and reserved person, and did not like to be ostentatious. So many people knew of Qin Zishan, but not him. That is a law imprint. Before he finished speaking, the city gates beneath his feet started to tremble. A terrifying power that could topple mountains and overturn the seas exploded beneath his feet. Qin Zizhen groaned. Blood flowed out from the corner of his mouth. He was unable to react in time. His vision turned black and his body flew out. Tang Tian's left leg suddenly stepped forward. This step was extremely powerful, and where his foot landed on the ground, countless of cracks spread out like spiderwebs. The primordial fire origin around Tang Tian's body surged with the wind and suddenly rose a few feet. On the city walls, Qin Zizhen's face changed. He roared, "Scatter!" Qin Zizhen did not probe and immediately used the law-breaking arrows, showing his fear towards the ghost face mask. He did not have any thoughts of luck for someone who could kill Mu Zhe and Wei Han. How could he have the qualifications to have thoughts of luck? The overlord bow, the law-breaking arrows, were slowly pulled back. He forcefully abandoned the distracting thoughts and fear in his heart. The countless fist techniques, transformation, imprints flashed past his mind like smoke. It was as though the sea was turning into mulberry fields. In the span of a thought, the countless transformation imprints would appear and disappear. In the past, Tang Tian never dared to visualize so many transformation imprints, because the more he visualized, the faster the origin force in his body would be consumed. Damn it! The overlord bloodwood was used to make the bow, and the golden stealing silk was used to make the overlord bow, which was extremely expensive, but Qin Zhen did not hesitate to equip the archer unit with such luxurious treasures, showing how much hope Qin Zhen had for them. Every arrow was imbued with law imprints. All of these law imprints were created by the archers, and as time passed, they would form law imprints. The law-breaking arrows were the archers' life-saving arrows. To leave a law imprint on an arrow was extremely difficult, and usually required the archer to do it for a year. It was not easy to obtain, and the archers would not use it easily. Qin Zizhen made a hand gesture. His gaze was fixated on the ghost face mask who was barging through the crowd, his eyes revealing dense hatred. But at that moment, Tang Tian's fist was already at its peak. If he did not release it, Tang Tian felt that it would explode on his fist. Tai Xie's face was ashen. He closed his eyes in despair. He never thought that the Qin family would actually be so strong, to the point that it could cause others to feel despair. Other than Qin Zizhen's own strength, he had specially spent time grooming a group of archers. Ping, ping, ping. Countless of law threads formed beautiful light scars in the air, entering Tang Tian's right fist, causing the light regiment on Tang Tian's right fist to become bigger and bigger. Every arrow light that struck the frozen space would explode, and a light aura would enter the frozen space. Under the stimulation of death, Tang Tian did not hold back at all, and he did not dare to hold back at all. He frantically activated the origin force in his body. The surging origin force clashed against Tang Tian's state of mind, causing his mind to tremble, and he almost lost control from the berserk attack. He controlled his state of mind. The originally restless origin heart see in his body. With such a huge movement, it immediately became berserk, and Tang Tian felt as though his body would explode at any moment. The light arrows struck the frozen space and immediately exploded. Bang! The sound of ice shattering caused Tang Tian's body to tremble. Shattered rocks shot out like arrows. They contained astonishing power, and whoever was struck by them would definitely have many bloody holes. Countless of blood flowers blossomed at the same time, and screams sounded out. Go! The bowstring was made of golden steel threads, but they were not ordinary golden steel threads. Amongst the golden steel threads produced by the Shui family, there were occasionally some that were as black as ink and were called golden steel ink threads. The golden steel ink threads were much tougher than ordinary golden steel threads, and because of their low production, the Shui family mostly gave them to the Qin family. The Qin family's collection of books were all written down from the memories of the earliest Qin family ancestors who entered the Xin domain. It was not only the Qin family, all the other families had their own inheritances. Maybe the majority of the inheritances were not suitable for the Xin domain, but if they were left behind for the future generations to learn from, they would still be extremely valuable. Release the arrows. The law imprints entered the frozen space, and like fishes in water, they suddenly became agile. Pulling back his fist, the young man's god fist appeared once again. The frozen space extended out in all directions like frost. Without caring about anything else, Tang Tian roared out and punched out. Ghost Face Mask actually wants to attack the city gates. He truly doesn't know his place. Above the city gates, the wide city walls were filled with archers. A light regiment the size of a millstone appeared, dazzling to the extreme, but without any sound of wind. It brought along a beautiful trail of light as it flew towards the city gates. But at the same time, Qin Zizhen's heart was filled with rage. When he trained in archery techniques, Qin Zhen did not have the time to guide him, and it was usually Mu Zhe who taught him. Thus the relationship between him and Mu Zhe was extremely deep. The two of them were not only uncle and nephew, but also master and disciple. The frozen space frantically extended out in all directions. Tang Tian quickly realized that he was actually unable to absorb the law imprints. The law imprints that resembled swimming fishes were completely different from the spatial law threads that drifted in the space. They were strengthened and formed by the archers day and night, and were interlinked with the archers. Thus they were unable to be absorbed. The sound of the bowstring being released was like thunder. Tang Tian immediately sensed the danger. When the enemy's aura had locked onto him, he had sensed it. But he did not stop, but instead attacked even more fervently, and this ferocious attack formed an empty space around him. Bang, bang, bang. Chapter 7:23. In the hopeless situation in their eyes, not only did Tang Tian not retreat, he took a step forward. Actually, he can dodge. Su suddenly said. She did not know why she said that. Maybe I will do it? Why didn't Qin Jin appear? Roland, Roland, Roland. Su suddenly frowned. You've been drinking all these years. Roland, Roland, Su snorted, but when she said it, she felt that it was inappropriate, it was too intimate. Then what do you want to do? Roland, Roland, Su asked directly. Su Yi looked at Su and Zhong. That Han Bingning is dead set on Ghostface Mask. You have no chance. That is truly unusual. Roland, Sue nodded her head, although she did not have as many crafty ideas as Victor. But she had been the patriarch for a long time and had the basic foresight. Victor laughed bitterly. Hey, I didn't provoke you, right? In another corner of the city, the Sin domain had many experts, but as time flowed, their bravery became weaker and weaker, and this could be seen from their fighting styles. It was extremely rare to see such brave and courageous fighting styles, and instead, sinister and crafty fighting styles were becoming more and more popular. When she saw Ghostface Mask's unstoppable charge, even she felt her blood boiling. But when she saw the archer unit led by Qin Zishan pulling out the law-breaking arrows, Roland, Sue, and Victor's face changed. They knew how terrifying the law-breaking arrows and Qin Zishan's archer unit were, and no one could survive under such attacks. Victor is also powerful. He suffered under Qin Zhen's hands, and in the blink of an eye he stabbed Qin Zhen. Qin Zhen must be regretting not killing him. These words seemed to have used up all of Sue and Zhong's strength. But upon saying it, he felt his entire body relax. The terrifying pressure was swept away. Victor just smiled and didn't explain. I only want to take in disciples. Sue and Zhong raised his head and replied. I don't know. Victor muttered. Maybe the Xue family has secrets that we do not know of. At that time, Roland, Sue's mind was in a daze, an indescribable bitterness, like a dense and suffocating stench of blood mixed with the black smoke in the air, was swept up by the wind and suddenly surged forward. Victor, who was beside her, became even more excited, his body trembling incessantly. Isn't there Ghostface Mask? Victor scoffed. If it was any other time, they would definitely draw a clear line with Ghostface Mask. In the end, he is an outsider. But now the Xue family was already at the end of the road and besieged on all sides. If they were to let go of Ghostface Mask, they would truly be stupid. I am truly looking forward to it, with such a powerful Ghostface Mask. Adding on his 65 subordinates. How strong will he become? Don't you want it? Sue was a little lost in thought. Her face was covered by a veil, so she couldn't be seen clearly. Sue understood Victor quite well. He didn't beat around the bush and instead directly asked, What kind of problem do you think it is? Nonsense. Sue snorted coldly. That is I is. Would the Liu family lack inheritances? Even when the Xue family was at its strongest, it did not surpass the current Liu family. Why would the Liu family be so interested in the inheritance of the Xue family, to the point of sacrificing 200 null division prisoners for this? Victor's mouth twitched, his face filled with ridicule. Tang, Su Tian that there was to Su they Su, they Jean. However, Su did not believe that the golden steel silkworm's secret treasure was related to the inheritance. Han Bingning's improvement surprised him, and he could tell that she was not proficient in assassinations. But the entire process of killing Muze made him slap the table and shout out in praise. Now, you know you made the right bet. Victor looked at the distant city gate with a loud bang. His red clothes were blood red, but it made his face even paler. But later on, when the prisoners heard the news, their eyes shone brightly. Qin Zhen was powerful enough, but I had never seen such a flame in the eyes of his subordinates. Even when I was in Sin Domain, I had never seen it before, and I thought, why? After thinking for a long time, I still couldn't figure it out, but I figured something out. Since he has so many unique traits that our Sin Domain people don't have, then who knows? This person might be able to do things that we can't. At that time, I was extremely happy because when the prisoners were sent to the Qin family, the news of Ghostface Mask not dying would spread amongst the prisoners. They would be more patient and disobedient, and would be able to delay the speed of the Qin family's assimilation. At that time, what I did was mostly to vent my anger. At that time, I already thought that no one could stop Qin Jin, and no one could stop the Qin family. Could it be that the Liu family knows of this secret? Sue pondered, although Victor was unreliable for the majority of the time, but at many times he was extremely sharp. Since he said that, there is a high chance that he has found some clues. Victor looked at the broken city gate. Those figures had long since disappeared. He suddenly smiled. I was just thinking, at a time like this, anyone would be willing to protect their companions. No matter who it is, if they follow him, they probably won't have to worry about being abandoned. No wonder his subordinates are dead set on him. To us, that is a good thing. Don't you think that offending the domain requires a hero who is not too smart? Hero. Sue frowned. She did not think much of the word. Sue and Joan could feel the breakthrough in his mental state, but his face did not reveal much joy, but remained calm. Although I have no chance of winning, but I still yearn to fight with him. I have no chance of winning. Even if she was watching from afar, her mind was still shaken. Victor was surprised. He rubbed his nose. So you worship me so much. I am not as powerful as you think. I am just taking advantage of the situation. Sue looked at Victor with a face full of shock. She didn't think that Victor would have so many ideas. Sue listened quietly. The scene had given her a huge shock. First, she saw how Ghost Face Mask and Han Bingning joined hands to kill Wei Han and Mu Zhe, and then saw how Ghost Face Mask fought a bloody battle on the streets and broke the city gates with his fists. She finally understood why Victor placed his hopes on him. That kind of aura that pressed forward was too terrifying. Victor's tone became gloomy and then became slightly strange. Congratulations, and Joan. Su Ye's eyes lit up with a strange light he cultivated in life and death, and was extremely sensitive to such qi. When Su and Joan said those words, not only did the life force in his body not decrease, but in the silence his life force became stronger. Victor was startled. He kept quiet for a moment, then spoke with a reminiscing tone. When I rushed back, my family had already reached an agreement with Qin Jin, and I was powerless to stop it. I was furious and fought with Qin Jin, but I lost. Qin Jin did not kill me. He believed that I would not dare to do anything, and he could see that I still cared about my family. I was not satisfied. I felt that I had to do something, and before the family sent the prisoners away, I told them that Ghost Face Mask was still alive. Do you know what I saw? From their eyes I saw flames, extremely fanatical flames. I understood at that time they were definitely willing to die for Ghost Face Mask. He did not retreat, but advanced. Su did not laugh at Victor at all. The young and stern figure was the commander of the archer unit, and was a huge boulder on the chests of the various families. Facing such an attack, if it was her, she would definitely retreat, hide, or escape. Su Yi continued. Victor is an expert in using tricks to break through situations, and actually thought of using Su. Su was also decisive and actually went up the gambling table without hesitation. It was rumored that the two of them had a close relationship when they were young, and from the looks of it, it is most likely true. But Ghost Face Mask did not. That's right. The smile on Su Ye's face disappeared. I never thought that there would actually be someone who can unleash such a shocking fist technique. This person's understanding of the fist technique has already reached an inhuman level. He does not need to understand laws. The changes contained in that fist can cause law threads to be attracted to it, and all of them converge. That shows how many changes it has. But no one can see it from the outside. It can be said to be a complete wash. Su and Joan did not care about it. His mind was still thinking about the process of Han Bingning killing Mu Zhe. You better not have any ideas about the Roland family. If not, I will kill you, Su said coldly. Su glanced at Victor, but did not have any intention of replying. Su and Joan did not say anything. Seeing the fist, he then understood how Ben's son was defeated. He kept replaying that punch in his mind. If he was in Qin Zizhen's position, he suddenly realized that he would definitely not be able to block that punch. He couldn't help but break out in a cold sweat, and his mind was filled with illusions. Is the Shui family worth 200 null division prisoners? Victor scoffed. The Liu family is actually willing to use 200 null division prisoners to exchange for the Shui family. It would be weird if there is no problem with that. You don't say. I believe it a little, Victor said with a straight face. Don't forget, the Xue family used to have many experts. And at that time, the Xue family was not like now, where there were only women. At that time, the Xue family was in balance, so I believe it a little. You thought of all this long ago? Sue asked coldly. Victor, who initially wanted to keep him in suspense, spoke. Actually, it's nothing much. It's just that the Xue family's golden steel silkworm has a huge secret. This secret is most likely related to the Xue family's inheritance. But I never expected that this secret would be lost, and because the Xue family's inheritance lacked the most important part, it slowly declined. Victor rubbed his nose and laughed bitterly. It's not like you don't know me. I have no say in the family. I have not been involved in family matters for a long time. How would I know about such a secretive matter? But once when I was drinking, I heard an interesting piece of news. Sue, you laughed out loud and changed the topic. How is Ghostface Mask's fist? Victor said leisurely. He went to Galloping Horse City, the Qin family, and Lu family's alliance this time. Seems to be unusual. There will be a chance. Sue Yi laughed. But Qin Zizhanzero is not something that can be easily taken. Don't worry, there will be a good show. Chapter 724. Nie Chio's face became gloomy, he said. Gather everyone and get ready. The heavy labor every day made him extremely tired. And what made him feel even worse was that the true power in his body had already dissipated. Not a single drop remained. He was currently a true cripple, unable to lift his arms, unable to carry anything. If not for Amari and the rest helping him, he would have to endure countless whips every day. He felt as though he was a little sheep that had fallen into a pack of wolves, so isolated, so weak, so helpless. Sob, who is the fierce one. But all of them stood extremely straight. Their expressions were not bashful at all. They looked as though they were wearing the neatest battle uniform, as though the ground beneath them was not uneven puddles of rocks. Their eyes were sharp and their expressions were solemn. After experiencing it a few times, Nie Chio tactfully cooperated, and without the training along the way, everyone became more familiar with each other. Nie Chio actually liked the barbaric bull. He was straightforward and passionate. Other than being a little stupid, he did not have any bad intentions. Crazy Tang, Han Bingning, I am here. The number of guards is only a fifth of what it used to be. Nie Chio said softly. Amari ran overexcitedly. All of the prisoners in the mining area stood up and gathered at Nie Chio's position. The continuous labor did not make them rusty in their previous training. Their movements were extremely fast. They were well trained. Just like countless of times they had trained, they were strict and orderly and were completely silent. Ping Xiaoshan's voice entered Tai Xie's ears, causing him to quiver and regain his senses. He looked at them and immediately said, I can break these restrictions. Tai Xie swallowed his saliva with difficulty. There were only 60 of them, but the killing intent they emitted caused his heart to jump and his scalp to go numb. By his side, Ping Xiaoshan's face was also pale white, his lips trembling, but his eyes were filled with desire and fanaticism. A familiar voice sounded out, and in the next moment, the sky-shaking cheers caused everyone to lose their footing. A good chance. Amari's eyes lit up. He was eager to give it a try, although their strength was sealed. But in the past few days, they had grasped a small method that allowed them to possess a certain amount of fighting strength. This is a restriction. We need to find the key. A fifth of the guards, Nie Chio's first reaction was, is this a trap? However, he quickly rejected this conjecture. He could clearly feel that although the guards were strict, the work was heavy, and every day was tiring, the supplies were not lacking. Apart from whipping him twice, the supervisor would not do anything drastic. The supervisors covered their heads and scurried away. At this time, no one cared about them. After secretly observing, Nie Chio became even more certain of his judgment. If it was a trap, what was the point of luring them over without killing them? Nie Chio was intelligent and realistic. He knew that no matter what, he had to be of value. If they were willing to work for the master, They would sign a contract to sell themselves, which would exempt them from labor, and they would even receive various benefits. Behind the mask, the teenager's eyes were blurred with tears. When he continued to remove the restrictions, all of the originally unremarkable-looking fellows all revealed a swift and fierce aura, causing Tai Xia's heart to tremble in fear. What was even more terrifying was that even when they were so ecstatic, these silent fellows were still able to control their emotions. "Something is wrong," Nie Chio replied to such a stubborn man. If he did not reply to his question, he would continue to bombard you until you replied. The key was that he was an old man and was the master's classmate, and before the master had made a name for himself, they were as close as brothers. Nie Chio did not want to offend such a person. Ursa Major, Null Division. Return. He had sensed a terrifying aura from the mining area's entrance, but he never expected it to be Master Tang Tian. Master, he actually did not die, and actually came to save us. He could clearly feel the excitement coming from everyone around him, the morale. Truly flipping the heavens and earth. The supervisors bellowed. In the quiet mining pit, the killing intent became denser and denser. A surging aura surged out from his body. Tai Xia was caught off guard, and his mind was completely stupefied. Amari realized that the atmosphere in the camp was strange. The number of guards was much lesser, and they were extremely lax. Amari did not have the usual smile on his face, and bowed solemnly. Ursa Major, Null Division, Amari, return. Tai Xia was extremely shocked. Are they Ghost Face Mask subordinates? Are they the Null Division prisoners that have been spreading like wildfire? No, they are no longer prisoners. As a fierce man, Tai Xia had seen all sorts of betrayals, and for the sake of benefits, even fathers and sons would fall out. But he had never seen such a blazing gaze. Even if Ghostface Mask wanted them to die, they would not hesitate to do so. Han Bingning used his sword to support Amari back to the formation. Seeing that everyone was in formation, Amari immediately revealed an embarrassed expression. A familiar figure appeared on the cliff at the edge of the mining pit. The sinister mask caused everyone to be startled. The hard-working Null Division members became his best test subjects. Nie Chio was affected. He subconsciously took a step forward and bowed. Ursa Major, Null Division, Nie Chio, return. Since his energy had dissipated, he had strength, but he had never relied on his own strength to make a living. He had brains, and out of the group he was the most proficient in using his brain. Another thing that he did not expect was that although the Dantian pool in his body had dissipated and his meridians were gone, his senses had become even sharper. Hey, old Nya, there's a situation. Especially to Amari, who was a battle maniac who specialized in strength. The Sin domain was undoubtedly the most suitable battlefield for him to display his abilities. For a long period of time, Tang Tian had always been suppressed by Amari in terms of pure strength. Something must have happened outside. Return, return, return. This group of people. Spread out. All of you, spread out. Are you looking for death? Only Amari ran to Tang Tian and Han Bingning, spittle flying everywhere, his loud voice buzzing out. The rest naturally lined up and waited for Tang Tian's orders. Just at that moment, a sudden explosion came out from the mining area's entrance. Ursa Major, Null Division. Return. One by one, figures stepped out. The enemy seems to value their lives. He laughed bitterly in his heart. I was still thinking of achieving achievements, but this is truly a classic example of dying before achieving anything, and I have become a prisoner. His palm was enveloped in a black mist, which quickly patted on Amari's body, and light needles slowly shot out from Amari's body. When the last light needle left his body, Amari felt his entire body becoming light. The binding feeling disappeared without a trace. But Nie Chio did not have any confidence. He had many arguments to prove how laughable their thoughts were. In history, there were many overlords who were brimming with talent and ambition, but died from accidents, and he could list more than 50 of them. In front of nature and the heavens and earth, No matter how strong an overlord was, they were all insignificant and insignificant. But he did not say it. He was an intelligent man and knew that such words would only infuriate everyone. No one wanted to hear it, and no one was willing to hear it. Regardless of whether it was a Maori or the lupus man, they were all straightforward people. Furthermore, his situation was the worst out of all of them. In such a place that did not have any energy, Amari and the rest had a huge advantage, but he was a trash and no master needed a trash. For some reason, the group of people made Taisia feel fear, as though their fiery gazes contained a power that made him afraid. Amari's body froze, and his expression became embarrassed. To the young man who had pulled them out from the hell of death, and bestowed them with honor and dignity, to die for him was the pride of every lupus man. This feeling was something that no one else could understand. As an outstanding military general, he had a keen sense for opportunities to fight, and it was an instinct. Nya Chio immediately realized that it was the best opportunity. Bang! So savage, so cold, so terrifying. The overseers were panicking. They would look towards the door from time to time. But very quickly, the prisoners' actions made them even more anxious. Ursa Major Null Division, Lu Chin, return. Han Bingning took a step forward and bowed. Ursa Major Null Division, Han Bingning, return. Niechio was truly talented. If not, he would not have made things difficult for Leong. His work was shared by everyone, and he had always been thinking about one thing, and that was to save himself. As an outstanding military general, Niechio's mind completely surpassed Amari's. Saving himself was not completely referring to breaking out of the prison. Everyone's understanding of the Sin domain was pitiful, and he knew how dangerous the situation was. They needed to have the strength to protect themselves. Relying on his extremely sensitive senses, he methodically probed the differences in the Sin domain. Very quickly, they grasped a few unique tricks that allowed them to unleash a certain amount of strength, but he was not in a rush to do so and chose to continue accumulating strength. Niechio was helpless, he thought. You're so loud. Are you afraid that I can't hear you? I'm coming. Han Bingning, who was already impatient, placed his sword on Amari's neck and snorted, Shut up! He slowly regained his consciousness and was overwhelmed with shock. He had interacted with people from all walks of life and was proficient in discerning people. Just from his current demeanor and aura, he knew that he was a brave man. Taisia did not know if Ghost Face Mask would lead them to destruction, but he knew that it would not be easy for him to get off the pirate ship. Regardless of whether it was the Lu family or the Chin family, they would not let him go. They were quiet and reticent, but they would never betray their own beliefs. 66 men dressed in tattered prisoner clothes. Their faces and hands were covered in mud. They were barefooted. Their hair was disheveled. Their beards were stained with mud. Every single one of them looked like prisoners. Amari's loud voice suppressed the entire place like thunder. He waved his hands with all his might. Amari, who was indescribably excited, roared towards the sky. A figure flew in front of them like a sandbag. It was a guard, but he did not have any chi. It was as though the supervisors were suddenly strangled by their necks, and their shouts stopped abruptly. Niechio was stunned. It's actually Master Tang Tian. No one signed it. Amari and the rest scoffed at the contract. They were extremely confident in Tang Tian and did not feel anything about the prisoner's status. How big of a problem is that Crazy Tang has encountered many worse situations. The Null Division was mostly made up of lupus race people. They were born in poverty and had tenacious temperaments, and such suffering was nothing to them. Chapter 7:25. The old lady was a little excited. She first asked the people around her to step back before asking, I wonder what use do you have for the golden steel gravel? When Mingzhu saw Tang Tian without hesitation, she bowed respectfully. In addition to searching for Tang Tian, her other decision was to evacuate the entire residence from the city. The old lady slowly calmed down and said, Do you have a place to stay? Mingzhu felt strange. Why does Master Ghost Face Mask like the golden steel gravel so much? The last time when Master Ghostface Mask was willing to exchange for a small bag of golden steel gravel. She did not think much of it, but now that she knew of his identity and that he was the first to ask about the golden steel gravel, she knew that he viewed the golden steel gravel with extreme importance. Not far from here, there is an ancient castle abandoned by the ancestors of the Shui family called the Echo Hill Castle. With a bit of tidying up, it would be a good place to stay. Moreover, the terrain's defenses are mostly preserved. What do you think, my lord? Old Madame Shui asked. The Purple Cuckoo City was the Qin family's Purple Cuckoo City, and if they continued to stay here, they would forever be the fish on the chopping board. Even if they found Tang Tian would never return to the Shui residence. It was like sending a sheep into a tiger's mouth. To fight with the Qin family in Purple Cuckoo City was too stupid. When Ming Zhu thought about the pros and cons, she realized that although it looked like a risk to rely on Ghostface Mask, in truth, it was a better choice. Ghostface Mask had been in the Shui residence for so many days. With his strength, if he were to have lustful thoughts, no one would be able to escape from him. But Ghostface Mask did not move at all, and seeing a beauty like Han Bingning, Shui Mingzhu was even more at ease. Mingzhu heaved a sigh of relief and said, "I've brought them all. Then we will head towards the Echo Hill Castle. Master must have many doubts. Wait for us to settle down in the Echo Hill Castle. Then allow this old lady to slowly travel. Is that all right?" The old lady was overly agitated, and with her old age, her face revealed a look of fatigue. But they had more than 60 people. If they were in the city, they would be too big of a target. It was impossible for them to hide perfectly. Once they were found by the Qin clan, they would fall into a passive situation. Ursa Major Null Division, conquering Sin Domain begin. If he was alone, he wouldn't be afraid to challenge Qin Zhen. If he couldn't win, he could just run. However, with more than 60 people, it was difficult to fight in such a way. As for the fellow who looked like a bull and shouted loudly, he was even more terrifying. He could carry a cart full of goods with one hand. Furthermore, Tang Tian had caused too much of a commotion this time. The Qin clan would definitely learn from this lesson. If they wanted to use this method to launch a sneak attack again, the chances of success would be very low. On the other hand, the Qin clan had suffered such a great loss. Next time, they would either not make a move, or if they did, they would definitely be as powerful as a thunderbolt. They would never make the mistake of advancing rashly again. Tang Tian was stunned for a moment. He didn't agree immediately. Instead, he asked, "What happened?" "There's such a place." "That's great." Tang Tian's face lit up with joy. "Master Ghostface Mask, this pearl has eyes but cannot see. I have neglected Master for the past few days. I deserve to die. Please give the Shui family a chance. Let us serve under you to atone for our sins. My entire Shui residence is at your disposal." The commotion caused by Tang Tian rushing out of the city gate was simply too great. Naturally, it could not be hidden from others, such as Shui Mingzhu. With a suitable foothold and buffer time, Tang Tian could teach everyone how to quickly gain enlightenment on laws and how to deal with the powerful martial artists of the Sin Domain. They were too few in numbers and could not afford to lose too many people, and as long as they could grasp a suitable method, they would become stronger and stronger. That's good. Tang Tian's face was unable to conceal the joy on it. If Tai Xie could hear Mingzhu's thoughts, he would definitely be crying blood in his heart. The one who shattered the black iron rocks. Was it me? It was me. Mingzhu's judgment of the timing was extremely accurate. Tang Tian was thinking of how to get the golden steel gravel from the Shui family, and had searched far and wide, only to find it by chance. At that moment, Mingzhu understood that Ghostface Mask was their last hope. "Hello, old madam." Tang Tian nodded his head. Yes. Tang Tian felt that Niechio was right. It's nothing. Tang Tian waved his hands. "You don't have to tell me your secret. Let us quickly head to the Echo Hill Castle." Tang Tian had discussed with Niechio on the way The current null division was still unable to provide sufficient fighting strength. They had not gained enlightenment on laws, and yet Xiao needed time to figure out how to fight. If it was Tang Tian alone, it would not be a problem for him to wreak havoc in Purple Cuckoo City. He could just find a place to hide, and the Qin family would not be able to find him easily. Qin Zhen was not around. Mu Zhe and Wei Han were dead, and the archer unit led by Qin Zishan was almost completely annihilated. The Qin family had never experienced such heavy losses before, and everyone was in a state of panic. Zhong Zhengmei, who was naturally prudent, immediately decided to activate their defenses and retract all of their strength to defend and wait for Qin Jin's return. His thoughts were simple and pragmatic. If the prisoners of the Qin family were taken away, then the Qin family would lose their last hope. And as long as Qin Jin returned, they would be able to take back everything they had lost. Amari and the rest were all zero-energy bodies, and were born to be on the battlefield, and in a short period of time, everyone would be able to adapt to the battlefield. Furthermore, they had the golden steel gravel, and a large amount of life origin essence could replenish them, allowing them to become even stronger. The more she analyzed, the more shocked Ming Zhu became. She actually realized that Ghost Face Mask actually had the ability to change the entire Sin domain. The heavens have opened their eyes. The heavens have opened their eyes. The old lady was so excited that she started to speak incoherently, tears flowing down her face. The heavens have not forsaken my Shui family. The heavens have not forsaken my Shui family. Ming Zhu was initially confused, but with the old lady's warning, she immediately understood the situation, and understood that the Shui family had one foot on the edge of the cliff, and her decisiveness was immediately displayed. Because the golden steel gravel contains life origin essence, Tang Tian did not hide anything. He immediately agreed. All right, did you bring the golden steel gravel? Such a place was truly the best place to stay. Each and every one of them was brave and fearless. Each and every one of them was filled with a high fighting spirit. When Ming Zhu and the rest arrived at the gap in the city gates, they saw the huge gap and the blood all over the ground, and were overwhelmed with shock. They could imagine how intense the battle was when Ghost Face Mask charged through the city gates. Tang Tian looked at the two of them in a daze. He did not understand what was going on. When old Lady Shui heard their conversation, she came down from the carriage. Just now this old lady heard Master talking about the golden steel gravel. Ming Zhu was rejoicing previously because of the tense situation. They had been searching for reinforcements and had made preparations to leave Purple Cuckoo City. Thus the important resources had already been packed. If not, they would not be able to finish all the resources, even if they were given a few days and nights. She was extremely familiar with the golden steel gravel, and since young, she knew that it could be used to create weapons. But she had never heard of the golden steel gravel containing life origin essence. But at the moment, it was the best route of retreat. Ming Zhu had been to Echo Hill Castle before, and was extremely familiar with the terrain there. Echo Hill Castle was far from Purple Cuckoo City, and was located at the top of a mountain, which was easy to defend and hard to attack. At that time, the environment was extremely bad, with wild beasts running amok, and to defend against the wild beasts, Echo Hill Castle was built extremely sturdy and even had an independent water source. Ming Zhu's decision was supported by the old lady, who had experienced countless of storms in her life and knew that she could not hesitate anymore. Tang Tian shook his head. No, I was just about to ask you. You guys are more familiar with this place. Do you guys have any good places to stay? On the way, they met a few wild beasts, but they were all chopped up. Thus the journey was extremely easy. Tang Tian looked at the excited Ming Zhu and was surprised. You guys don't know? When they saw the Echo Hill Castle at the top of the mountain, the people in the convoy all cheered. Finding a suitable foothold became their most urgent need at the moment. The Shui family had merged with the Lu family, and their outcome was obvious. It would definitely be extremely miserable, and most likely all of them sisters would not be able to escape the fate of becoming playthings. The Shui family would also be dismembered, and the secret technique to rear the golden steel silkworms would fall into the hands of the Liu family. Echo Hill Castle was overgrown with weeds, and vines could be seen everywhere. It was obvious that no one had been here for many years. But Tang Tian and the rest's eyes lit up. Although it was extremely dilapidated, but the overall structure of the castle was still intact. And they could tell that the person who designed the castle had put in a lot of effort, and many of the arrangements had their own profoundness. Ming Zhu immediately understood the Qin family's apprehension, and without hesitation, she loaded all of the resources that they were prepared to abandon into the carriages. Ming Zhu's boldness once again paid off. The convoy left the city without meeting any obstacles. And because of that, not a single Qin family elite could be seen on the streets. They did not expect that upon leaving the city, they would meet Tang Tian and his group, causing the entire Shui family to be overjoyed. Ghostface Mask himself was extremely powerful. He had defeated Ben's son, killed Wei Zhe, and destroyed the entire archer unit. Even if he was not as strong as Qin Zhen, he was still a powerful martial artist. Furthermore, Ghostface Mask was the leader of the Null Division. As long as he was able to save his subordinates, his strength would soar. Ming Zhu's eyes widened, her face filled with disbelief. She exclaimed, "Life origin essence? How is that possible? How can there be life origin essence inside the golden steel gravel?" Ming Zhu then explained everything that had happened and said calmly, "We already have no other way. After thinking about it, only Master can make us feel more at ease. All of us are under Master's wings. All of our assets, resources, and manpower are under Master's control. We just hope that Master will give us a chance." Tang Tian looked around at the desolate and dilapidated stone castle, his heart filled with heroism. But he was also filled with confidence. The period of fighting alone was over, and now he was once again fighting alongside everyone. The Shui family had a castle outside the city called Echo Hill Castle, which was constructed by the first-generation master of the Shui family when they entered the Xin domain. At that time, there was no Purple Cuckoo City, and the castle was extremely simple and crude. But the environment outside the city was too vile, so after the Purple Cuckoo City was constructed, the Qin family invited them to move into the city, and the castle was abandoned. With the Null Division people joining the convoy, the speed of the convoy increased greatly. The entire Shui family then understood why the Null Division prisoners were valued by the various families. The mountain roads were rugged and difficult to traverse. The convoy's speed was like a tortoise, but the Null Division members were extremely strong and were able to easily carry the carriages. Chapter 726. Tang Tian was working while studying the stones. The stones were different from all the stones on the Purple Cuckoo City walls. They were agate-colored, extremely smooth and glossy, revealing a cloud pattern. For a long time, it would be their home. The dust of time was slowly being polished away, and the beautiful cloud patterns slowly revealed themselves. The cloud patterns connected together, as though they were alive, releasing a warm light aura. It was extremely beautiful. The black and stern mountain peak seemed to have become much brighter. A faint warmth was emitted, causing the coldness in the mountain to dissipate, causing everyone to feel an indescribable comfort. "Everyone hurry up! In another hour, the rainbow flow will be here," Tang Tian bellowed. "Hold on, it will be beneficial for you." But Ming Zhu could not help but admire Ghostface Mask for being able to work with everyone without any arrogance. In the Xin domain, the hierarchy was extremely strict, and the difference between high and low was something that could not be crossed. No other patriarch would be like Ghostface Mask and do the hard work with everyone else. No wonder his subordinates were so loyal to him. Ghostface Mask's temperament was truly extraordinary. Tang Tian was not talking nonsense. Because of Nie Chio's blindness, his senses were naturally sharp, adding the strengthening he received. Even Tang Tian was ashamed of his inferiority. After entering the Xin domain, Nie Chio's strength was crippled, but his senses became even more refined. Ming Zhu glanced at the sky and immediately said, "Everyone, quickly enter the castle!" If the entire Null Division is gathered, they can definitely sweep the entire Sin domain. Things in the wild are extremely dangerous. Tai Xia was experienced. Ordinary wild beasts know how to avoid the rainbow flow. To survive in the Sin domain, every single species has their own way of survival. We need to arrange for people to stand guard at night, because after the rainbow flow passes, the wild beasts in the mountains will move out. Some of them will look for plants and roots that have been destroyed, while others will hunt for food. We are currently quite far from the Purple Cuckoo City, and the number of wild beasts here will definitely not be small. I will stand guard tonight, Master. Give me a few more people so that I can coordinate with them. Rainbow flow, someone exclaimed. The tempering of the mental state was far more difficult than that of the physical body, although it had many drawbacks, but it also had advantages that the wooden ash stone did not. Its ability to resist the rainbow flow was even better than the wooden ash stone. Furthermore, it could emit a unique cloud chi that could nourish the flesh and was extremely beneficial to the human body. The processing of the agate cloud stone was much more difficult than the wood ash stone. It was much tougher and could not be cut using law threads. As long as one relied on the pure power of the physique, the wood ash stone would be much softer and easier to process. Today, the Null Division's performance had shocked him like never before. If all the Null Division were like that, Tai Xia felt that no one else would be able to tame them. He somewhat understood why the Liu family would exchange 200 prisoners for the Shui family. The Liu family had probably already discovered this. Echo Hill Castle, a castle reflecting the splendor of the mountains. Tang Tian got Han Bingning to follow Tai Xia to keep watch. Tai Xia was experienced and was more familiar with the various wild beasts in the Sin domain, while Han Bingning's strength was second only to Tang Tian's. The multicolored light swept along the mountain ridge like a light brush. All of the agate cloud stones were rarely used to build cities, but were instead used to build residences. When the light brush swept past the top of Echo Hill Castle, Tang Tian felt the blood in his body churning, and his face changed. He could clearly feel that inside the multicolored and enchanting light brush, the laws were extremely chaotic and dangerous. Tang Tian retracted his gaze and looked outside the castle. Wherever the light brush passed, the mountain ridge would reveal countless of cracks, and a few of the trees that originally had many branches and leaves had become bare, with broken branches and leaves all over the ground. All of the vines were in a mess. Tang Tian was dumbstruck when he heard that. He only felt that the world was vast and filled with all sorts of strange things. He then heard the rumbling sounds in the sky. The rumbling sounds were extremely messy. There were rumbling sounds like thunder and also the cries of night owls. There were also the hissing sounds, causing his hair to stand. In the Sin domain, survival was extremely cruel, and people who were crippled often had bad fates. People who were blind could not survive in the Sin domain. Looking at the originally dim and dilapidated stone castle, in their hands it became bright and beautiful, causing everyone to be filled with a sense of accomplishment. And the agate cloud stones had another flaw. That was, after a period of time, the cloud patterns would slowly become blurry, and at that time they would have to be polished again to expose the cloud patterns, which meant that they had to be maintained after a period of time and required a lot of manpower. The light brush could not do anything to the mist, and without stopping it swept past. Master might not know, but all of these wild beasts have their own unique abilities. This time, the one who spoke was Tai Xia. He had traveled extensively and was knowledgeable. For example, that mosquito fruit tree. Master sees that it is on the verge of death, but its roots are extremely developed, spreading out to a radius of a few mu. As long as it is not uprooted, its vitality will not be harmed, and tomorrow it will sprout. And for those steel thread vines, their life force is even more tenacious. As long as the rainbow stream ends, they will start to grow again. Some of the plants even know how to use the rainbow stream. For example, that fallen tree. It is called that because as long as the rainbow stream passes by, its branches will be broken, and the broken branches will float with the wind, and as long as it lands on the ground, it can take root and reproduce. He remembered clearly that when they had just arrived, although there were not many trees in the mountain ridge, but they were still verdant and lush. Before Ming Zhu finished speaking, the rainbow stream arrived. Niechio's mind trembled. He suddenly became clear-headed and sat down cross-legged. They had to fight for every second. Many parts of Mirror Stone Castle had collapsed, and it was the most dangerous place. But luckily for Amari and the other human cranes, the large stones were as light as a feather in their hands, and under the guidance of the Shui family's craftsmen, they quickly repaired the place. The ladies of the Shui family looked at the group of iron-blooded men, many of their eyes filled with splendor. Ming Zhu noticed them and was moved. The Shui family had the most unmarried ladies. Regardless of how one looked at it, the Null Division prisoners were the best choice. All of them had extremely strong bodies. All of their blood and qi were flourishing like flames. In the cold and gloomy Sin domain, they emitted a fatal attraction. No wonder the ladies in the residence were secretly moved. Everyone entered the castle. Tang Tian looked through the window curiously and observed the rainbow stream. Everyone could not help but increase their speed. Once the rainbow stream arrived, if they did not hide in the castle, their lives would be in danger. Tang Tian and the rest did not know what the rainbow stream was, but seeing how anxious everyone was, they knew that it was something dangerous. Ming Zhu looked at Niechio in shock. She did not understand. With the protection of the cloud rocks, they should not be affected. She had noticed Niechio before. He was extremely eye-catching in the Null Division. He was different from the other members who had beast-like bodies. His body was weak and could not even be compared to the ladies of the Shui family. But the most eye-catching thing was his eyes, which could not see. She retracted her thoughts and started to clean even more diligently. If not for Ghost Face Mask and the rest, with the ladies of the Shui family, it would take a long time for them to restore Echo Hill Castle. When the rainbow light swept across Echo Hill Castle, the cloud patterns on the agate cloud rocks seemed to be awakened. A faint mist emerged from the cloud rocks, and in the blink of the eye, the entire Echo Hill Castle was enveloped in a thin layer of mist. Sha, sha, sha! Everyone was doing their best to polish the outer walls of Echo Hill Castle. Maybe Niechio can find a brand new path. At the start, he was helpless when he followed Ghost Face Mask, but now, Taisia's heart was filled with anticipation. The servants who were originally clearing the weeds outside all ran back. Tang Tian was curious, but still said, "Everyone go in and hide." Ming Zhu's heart trembled. She could not help but look at Tang Tian, who was working. How did he create such a powerful elite army? She lacked understanding of armies, and in her heart, the Null Division was not inferior to the archer unit led by Qin Zishan. Ming Zhu knew that Tang Tian was an outsider and explained by the side. The sky above Sin Domain is the place where spatial laws are the most chaotic. Every few days, the chaotic spatial laws will clash with each other and form a unique vortex. The more the vortices roll, the bigger they become. They're like an avalanche, sweeping up all the law threads along the way. That is the rainbow flow. Master can see that the rainbow flow is so colorful because of the large number of law threads mixed in. Just at that moment, Niechio suddenly sensed something and raised his head. There's a situation! As for the rest, Tang Tian did not have the intention to waste time. He wanted them to quickly understand how to fight in Sin Domain. The Null Division's fighting spirit was high, and they were extremely disciplined. Even when they were working, they were solemn and silent. Everyone immersed themselves in their work. It was because of that Niechio could feel the chaotic flow of laws through the agate cloud rocks, and thus was affected by it. Niechio felt as though he was being tortured, but it was also an extremely good way to train his mental state. The craftsmen said that it was called agate cloud rock, and was a top-notch building material. Its ability to resist against the rainbow flow was much better than the wood ash stone. But its production was rather small, and rarely could it satisfy the requirements for building a city. Ming Zhu shouted out. She did not look like a young miss at all. Her sleeves were rolled up, her forehead was covered in perspiration, and her forehead was even stained with grass. Tang Tian suddenly frowned. The rainbow flow will come after a period of time. Then why are the plants still so lush? But Ming Zhu was surprised to realize that Niechio's position in the null division was not low, and even Ghost-Face Mask respected his opinions. Ming Zhu then understood. Niechio most likely had other talents. Suddenly, a groan came out from beside him. Tang Tian turned to look. Niechio's face was pale white, and his entire body was trembling. Tang Tian immediately understood. Niechio's senses were extremely sharp, and the chaos and danger inside the rainbow flow affected him even more. Sand and stones flew everywhere, as though it was the end of the world. Tai Xie took the initiative to volunteer. His attitude was extremely positive. In the gloomy sky, a multicolored light belt appeared. The light belt continued to corrode and spread outwards, sweeping towards them. Ming Zhu sighed in her heart. It was a battle with their backs against the wall. Starting from zero, the haze that had shrouded her heart was swept away, and she could not help but give birth to a trace of anticipation. Chapter 7:27. Tang Tian nodded his head as he listened. The method was too suitable for the null division. Tai Xie, who was standing guard on the stone wall, heard the commotion and turned to look. In the next moment, his body froze, his expression froze, he was dumbstruck. Oh, how do I win with strength? Tang Tian saw that there was a way, and was immediately roused. If we were to say that Tai Xie's power of the physique was a small candle, then Amari's power of the physique was like a blazing bonfire. Ha ha ha, I have chosen. Crazy Tang, come, let us have a good fight. I will beat you until all your teeth fall out. Tai Xie, who was on the stone wall, regained his senses, and his eyes immediately turned red. There were so many law threads that he could choose from, and he wanted to jump down and choose for himself. After a while, there was still no movement. Tai Xie immediately jumped to Tang Tian's side. Master, let him choose quickly. Countless of multicolored light beams formed a thick light belt that revolved around Amari's body, and no one could see Amari's figure inside. But if it takes too long, the power of the physique will be exhausted, and all the law threads will dissipate next time. Tai Xie said anxiously. The emergence of laws was a stage that all Sin domain martial artists had to go through, and the research on it was extremely mature, and everyone had accumulated many experiences. Because of the long hesitation, the power of the physique would be exhausted, and there were countless examples of failure. Amari picked his laws on the third day. Wait for tomorrow. Old Granny Shui walked in and said, Master, this old lady might have a way. As long as they could find a suitable law and assimilate it into their own martial techniques, they would be able to form a preliminary fighting strength. Tai Xie's heart trembled when he heard that. What kind of people are they? Using injuries to exchange for lives. How can this blind man be so vicious? So he chose the simplest method, which was to let them figure it out yourselves. Everyone has experienced the emergence of laws before. The weaker ones can only produce 7 or 8, and the more outstanding ones can produce more law threads. But this 30M law belt, is he still human? What surprised Tang Tian was that the person was actually Amari. After saying that, Tang Tian patted his butt and left. After sparring, everyone had a heated discussion. Everyone benefited a lot. Everything was going smoothly. But Tang Tian could tell that there was still a long way to go before they could truly form a fighting force. Compared to competing with one's body, the usage of laws required one's comprehension ability, and people like Han Bingning with such comprehension ability were extremely rare in the null division. Amari's beast-like body was filled with flesh and blood, comparable to Tang Tian. The scene of the laws materializing was extremely spectacular. Although Amari and the rest trained in zero-energy bodies, but their zero-energy bodies were not as pure as Tang Tian's, and they still had a lot of space to temper their bodies. Tang Tian hoped that even if not everyone could ignite their origin flame, at least half of them would be able to reach this stage. Life essence was rare because it was the most extreme form of the law of life and death. It represented the most primal life force. This. To the null division, sparring was the method they were most familiar with, and their tiny null flames was created through this method. So when Tang Tian gave the order, they formed groups of 3 to 5 and started to experiment. The truth proved that the master's words were wrong. He might not have thought it through. Tang Tian looked and said. Ming Zhu, who was at the side, subconsciously covered her mouth. She swallowed the gasp that was about to come out. Her eyes were filled with shock. In her blank mind, there was only one word: genius. He was numb. Tang Tian's body was brimming with life force. The life essence continued to permeate into Tang Tian's body, strengthening Tang Tian's flesh and blood. The flesh and blood became stronger, and the origin force produced became even more surging. The second step was for Tang Tian to let them continue tempering their bodies. Tang Tian did not know how to assimilate laws into his own martial techniques. Tang Tian had already started to understand that the essence of the life essence was pure life laws. Very quickly, someone else succeeded. Luckily, there were no ridiculous light belts of 30 but every single one of them had a radius of 15 He was dazed. He stood there. He felt that he had to defend his common sense. He wanted to use facts to prove that the master's words were wrong. Tang Tian started to guide everyone on how to activate the power of the physique and allow the law threads to materialize. Tang Tian spoke in detail, and combined with his own experiences, he himself trained in the zero energy body and knew what problems everyone would encounter, so he explained in detail. Tai Xia, in Sin Domain, how do martial artists like them fight? After igniting the primordial fire origin, the life essence would be able to display its true potential. But if the body was filled with impurities, it would not have any effect. Even when the wild figure was beaten up by Tang Tian to the point of looking for his teeth on the floor, it was unable to raise his interest at all. Inside the light belts, Amari's expression was sluggish. He stared blankly at the dazzling law threads in front of him and muttered, "Which one should I wash first? Which one should I wash?" They were all muscular men, and it was not easy for them to play any tricks. Tang Tian was in a difficult position. He looked at Tai Xia, who was listless like an eggplant, and had a thought. I can ask Tai Xia. I do not believe that the Sin domain is filled with intelligent people, and that there will always be people with bad brains. At this time, I can try to figure out how to form a formation. Space, time, life, and death, the 3 great laws. All of them were vast and profound and had a huge system. It was different from the eternity of space and time. Life and death were unpredictable. Life and death were like the 2 sides of a coin. They would always exist at the same time. Out of the 65 null division members, other than Nietzsche, all of them had found their own laws. What made him feel even crazier was that the group of people had already started to practice. Their crazy looks caused him to feel a chill in his heart, as though they had a deep hatred for each other. The figure that was laughing maniacally at the sky was an indescribable mockery. But Tai Xia was already out of strength. His weak spirit was heavily injured. He felt as though his knowledge of the world had been completely overturned, and the scene in front of him caused his heart to bleed. Tai Xia reacted. He quivered and immediately roused himself. Master, the so-called using strength to win means using the power of the physique to win. The various laws have endless variations, but the most basic variations are always 3 to 5 types. As long as you master these 3 to 5 types with your powerful power of the physique, as long as you use the power of the physique every time, your might will not be small, and that is using strength to win. In terms of the power of the physique, no one in the group could compare to the barbaric bull. But in terms of comprehension, before he had finished, there were already people who were able to make laws appear. The null division members all stood straight. Other than them, there was also Ping Shaoshan. All of the lupus men were extremely excited to be able to obtain the personal guidance of the king. The others would definitely be envious to death if they knew. Ping Shaoshan was also excited. He did not know why, but the strict null division had a fatal attraction to him. He had always been alone, and when he walked on the road, he had to be cautious at all times. He had to be extremely careful in everything he did. What was a partner? He had never had one. In a radius of 30 m, countless of law threads formed into a multicolored light belt. Tai Xia had to admit that a person's endurance could always be improved. When he saw the light belts lighting up one after another, none of them were smaller than 10 m, he was no longer surprised. Tai Xia subconsciously blurted out, using strength to win. But the cornelian cloud rock was a good material to resist the cold at night. The others also started to look for a place to test it out. An army would forever need to coordinate with each other. If not, an army would not have any value, and that was Nie Chio's job. Nie Chio's mind was outstanding, and he did not adhere to the rules, and was well versed in army tactics, and was undoubtedly the most suitable candidate. Tai Xia thought that he had heard wrongly. He opened his mouth wide, his expression sluggish. What kind of person's power of the physique can allow laws to materialize tomorrow? Nie Chio suddenly spoke up. That's right, we have to initiate a clash, and it is best to have 1 or 2 life-threatening techniques. Our strength is strong enough. As long as we hit the enemy, they will definitely die. As long as we do not injure our vitals, our bodies will recover quickly, and we will have the advantage. Using injuries to exchange for lives like that in terms of imposing manner, we are stronger than the enemy. On the stone plains of Echo Hill Castle, the rocks and weeds had all been cleared. The cornelian cloud rock released a faint warmth, dispersing the coldness of the night. Tang Tian had never stayed in the wilderness of the Sin domain before, and did not know that the temperature difference between day and night was extremely huge. The coldness of the night could easily seep into the flesh and quietly corrode it. Everyone had 0 energy bodies, and the power of the physique was extremely abundant, and they were able to learn quickly. Heaven's Road's martial techniques were much more refined than the Sin domain. The only difference was the laws. In Heaven's Road, gaining enlightenment on laws was something that was done after reaching a high level. But in the Sin domain, there were no energy disturbances, and laws were much easier to discover and use than in Heaven's Road. Ping Shaoshan's face turned pale white. He took a deep breath. What? What's going on? The other members looked at Amari in envy, and all dispersed. No one was unhappy. Amari had always been extremely tyrannical in the Null Division, and he trained extremely hard, and was a straightforward person. Thus he was extremely popular with everyone. He propped his chin on his hand and guarded the stone wall for the entire night, his eyes never leaving the largest band of light. He firmly believed that no one's laws would be able to last for an entire night. Such a ridiculous statement. Even if it was said by the master, it was still ridiculous. Tang Tian muttered, "With his intelligence, I reckon he will choose tomorrow." Tang Tian clapped his hands and shouted, "Everyone, find a place and try it out yourselves. It will definitely not be easy at the start, but once you find the knack to it, it will be much easier." Tang Tian did not waste any time. He immediately started to talk about how to use the power of the physique and how to find a suitable law for himself. The higher the degree of tempering one's body, the more benefits one would obtain from absorbing life origin essence. Once the life laws were assimilated into their body would become even more vibrant, it would be able to produce even more origin force, and upon being injured, it would be able to heal even faster. "Oh, it's fine." Tang Tian shook his head. So when Tang Tian saw the countless law threads appearing beside Amari, he was so shocked that his eyeballs almost dropped to the ground.